Hey, morning. Yeah, hey, you want to run some cameras or anything anytime? So we got two. I don't know if you saw our media tower down there by you guys. Yeah. So it's all automated. But I mean, it works pretty well. So we have here. I'll show you on the drone camera. So it's live right now, but I'm just right. So we have the line camera down there set up. Yeah. So here you can check it out. So.
Xbox controller.
Oh yeah. So we got this pole down there, right? That right here. You can. Let's see if we can see it. All right. So yeah, it's on this trailer. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice,
And
man.
then it gives us a pretty good view, right? We got some
What is it zoom on that thing?
30. Got some Kawaihae flags in the way, but it's better than last time. We had a lot more height this time with this trailer, and then I got the turn camera here, which is over here. It's this one here. All right, so I can get all the kid starts down here and catch the turns. Oh, you're right in my action.
I don't know how he got lane one. I was like, nobody wants lane one.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like everybody's picking two, but I don't think I think 1 and 2 are really comparable.
Yeah. 3 and 4, yeah. Once you get on past 4, it's like, unless you're a hammer.
No. They were begging me to race with them because they're short-handed.
50s?
Yeah.
Was it?
Well, I don't even know if we have the 50s crew, but it's all our 55 guys in the 50s crew. But because of the gorge, and we had 2 guys leave who went back to the mainland. Yeah, and I'm not sure if Dave is here for this regatta. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, they were short. He's gonna go. I don't know when he's leaving. I don't know. They were just texting me out of desperation. I'm like, guys, I can't. Well, the doctor said that kind of sprinting is what's been hurting and I've just started doing a little bit of weights this week, and it's already sore, and I'm like,
You gotta respect your Yeah, we got Bill's not here, Bill Lee's not here, Romo's not here, Martin is not here.
yeah.
So it's, Romo, well, since I came on, I raced with Romo once. The rest,
Yeah.
I haven't raced with him. Or just overall moved around. Yeah, Robson, I haven't raced with him yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's been in the 40s, 40 mix. But yeah, so I'm sitting 3 today.
Nice.
Yeah. It's a good crew, man.
Which one are you doing? Just 50s?
50s, yeah. Just
Anything
50s now. Yeah. Yeah, really good club, man. I mean, I like the structure of it. Like, just,
Nice.
yeah. I just miss the boys, miss you guys. But it's just a lot different than Keaukaha,
Yeah.
how things run.
Well, Ponty is probably going to be taking over the women for long distance. And KEAWE,
Interesting.
KEAWE's going to, I think he wants to stay on as president for a while. He's going to try to coach them. Ones with nails? Ones with nails?
You guys had coaches meeting already?
Yeah, probably. I'm gonna go live here and
Yeah.
capture the kids.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I'm gonna head out of here.
Yeah, feel
Stop
free
by
to come
again,
by
man.
and
Take care,
run
man.
some cameras.
I'll let you know, bro.
Yeah, no, I
We'll
need
swap some.
I can use hand help, It's pretty easy. Point and click.
All right, man.
I'll let you talk too.
All right. Good morning, everyone. How are all you hammers doing out there? We're getting ready here to start the Paddlers of Laka Regatta. We're just getting the kids lined up out there. You can see them. This beautiful Hilo morning. They're just starting to collect out there, so I thought I'd get some of the morning welcomes out of the way. And I want to thank Paddlers of Laka for hosting this regatta for us. We're all excited. We've got food stands down there where they're doing some fundraising. So I hope you guys who are watching out there have time to come down and just stop by, patronize some of these clubs, help them with their funds. It's a sport that takes a lot of extra help from the community, families, friends. Every little bit's appreciated. And I'm just looking out here. I think we got a few more keiki boats coming out, but the start boat is starting to move its way out there. You'll notice we got a little bit flatter ocean today. If you watched last week's regatta, we had some uphill going on, but this morning we managed to get our action together so that we are no longer crooked. Well, mostly. We may be still a little bent, but let's see if we can find our start boat. There they are. And our kids are anxiously waiting. Let's see how many canoes we got out there this morning. See how everybody's doing. Looks like we might get a little bit of weather today, on and off. But it is hard to say what's going to happen. It could have some squalls, and it could just be sunny. There are some large clouds out there. Oh, we got some little hammers today. Awesome. Check these guys out. I think the paddle could be taller than some of them. All right, so we still have a couple crews coming out. Let's see. Where's our start boat? Our finish line camera's on a lot better position this week. Thanks to the help from Laka, we have a new stand for our camera, which has given us a lot more height over the crowds. We don't have to look through the tents anymore. It is a little bit wiggly because we're down, one of our guys is down there setting it up. But we should have a pretty good view of everybody today. Plus the drones. If the weather stays good, we can fly the drones all day. Let's just take a quick look at the weather, see what we got for Hilo. Let's see what we're looking at. Oh, it's showing wind and rain all day. Pretty small amount of rain, so I don't know. That usually doesn't happen. That's just the moisture in the air. A good 1/10 of an inch, then we're looking at some rain. Let's check our tides. Let's see if we've got anything interesting going on for the tides. Oh, and we do. We got a big tide at almost 2 o'clock there, 147. So from now until about 1 o'clock, we're going to see some flood current. And then, fairly big ebb, too, in the afternoon. We're going to be hitting peaks near the end of the day and, about 10 o'clock or so. So the kids and some of the novices will have a little extra challenge for them. But we're getting ready. I think we're just waiting on one more canoe. Let's just take a quick look out there. I have to. Yeah, it may not look like it, but I did adjust the camera controls from last week so that we can get everything under control. But we got a bit of action in the stand where I am. Causes a little bit of bouncing. A large group of kids. Okay, we got the green flag up. You can see it on the start boat. Oh, and there they go. All right, so this is our first unofficial race for today. These are the specials. These are pretty much pretty much open to anyone. You know, they're all ages, but you know, it's mostly designed for the younger kids. Give them a chance to get in the canoe, come out and race each other, enjoy the weather. And we got an outside ringer out there too. Look at them go. Look at them go. All right. All right, here they come right across in front of us. Looks like inside lane, right in the sand, is pulling away. You can see them coming down the field. We got all kinds of crews set up with tents today because the sun and the rain. One of them is guaranteed, usually both. I think it's a battle between the inside and the outside. These kids are really in sync. They look great out there. That's great. I think they managed to pull away from the fleet as they're coming up on the start line, or I'm sorry, the finish line. All right, let's zoom in and take a look at all the keikis finishing. All right, that's awesome. I love to see it. These are all our future hammers out there, folks. Cheer them on. It's good to see a nice, strong, healthy specialist fleet. We're one of the few island associations that has this kind of event, and I hope we don't give it up. I know that we're always trying to change things around to kind of speed the days up a little bit, but I think this is a great race. Great race for the kids to have some fun, and it's just a great way to start the day. Show you guys the new feature we have. We've got a instant replay. And I'm going to replay that finish. And we'll just see how this goes. Yeah, so nice slow motion replay. So when we get some races that are pretty tight, we should be able to help you guys see a little bit about what's going on there. You can kind of see them finishing a little more clearly when it's in slow-mo. Yeah, that's nice. So that's the new feature, so watch out for that. You know, any of the results we post here, they're all unofficial because it takes about 30 minutes for the results from being posted to being official. But rather than have you wait 30 minutes for final results, we go ahead and show you the preliminary results, and that's usually a race or two behind the current event. So we get them to you pretty quickly as soon as they publish them. But there can be protests and there can be changes to the results based on any officiating that can be done. And sometimes they'll extend that time frame, maybe even to the end of the day sometimes, before they call a race. So just keep that in mind. It's all unofficial. We have no ties to the Moku HCRA officials. We're just doing this to provide information to the community. You know, so the next event that's coming up, it's going to be our Women's 70, and I'm going to just check to see if we have any names loaded up. It sometimes takes them a bit. Looks like we still don't quite have names. But they should be up soon, and we'll be ready to get our first event underway. So this is going to be a set of half-mile races. The first 4, the men's and women's 70 and the men and women's 65. And then we move back to the keiki divisions. So I'm just going to keep checking to see if we get Moku's crews in here. I'm not seeing anything yet, but soon. So let's just go ahead and throw up what's up this morning. Event 1, it's going to be the women's 70, followed by men's 70, and then 65s. And then we get back into girls 10 and boys 10 after that. Okay, looks like we've got the crews up. So let's go ahead and get started. We're still getting everybody set up on the course. Looks like the women are starting to line up out there. Let's take a quick look on the cameras. Yeah, they're starting to approach the line. Looks like we got a big group today, so that's great. All right, so the women are starting to get lined up here. I don't think we're going to have drone quite yet, but we'll have the drone all day today. We do have our 2 ground cameras because if the weather gets bad, they can't fly. Yeah, we're definitely getting ready to start this race. That's good. Alright, this is good. We've got Opua, ʻEhitu. Let's take a look at the standings before we get started here. So we've got Keauhou, 3-point lead over Opua, and Kamehameha, 5 points behind first, and ʻEhitu, 9 points behind first. So those top 4 crews, they'll be battling it out. You can see last week ʻEhitu did well. And let's see if they can continue that trend. And so as we get ready to go here. Alright, so they're moving up. The bowl holders are keeping them legal. This could be an interesting race. We've got 4 crews in contention here, and everybody's been improving over the season. Oh, we got one crew starting kind of further back just to give everyone a head start, I suppose. But here they go. It's the half-mile race with the women. Okay, there they go. They're approaching midfield already. Let's see if we can bring them up here. Here they come. This camera is roughly midfield. You see we got some surprises there and outside, it looks like. It's a little bit hard to tell from this angle. Let's see as they get closer. It looks like Hoemana. That was the one that had to give everyone the head start, but it looks like we're out there. Kamehameha coming up in the lead. Let's see how we do on the turns. All these ladies are working hard. Yeah, I think we're going to see Kamehameha coming into the turn first there, but they've got tough competition. Kawaihae. Yeah, there we go. Kamehameha around the corner, it looks like. Oh yeah, good job, Kamehameha. These ladies are working hard. But they're not alone out there. They're being chased down. Let's see if they can hold these other crews off. They're coming about the mid-course here. They're still in the lead. But they are working hard. A little bit of current out there as we're starting to get a little closer to the peak. But let's bring it back to the finish line cam here as they're getting close. Yeah, they're moving in. They're still holding their lead. All right, good job, ladies. Oh, it's definitely a fight for second. Look at this. All right, that was a good battle there for second. And nobody seemed to be able to catch first. All right. That was a good race. Let's do a quick replay of that second place. Oh, I was a little slow on the save there. Takes a little practice, but let's... It was a battle all the way to the end for these ladies. All right, good job. Well, our next event, that's going to be the men's 70. Let's take a look at the crews we have there today. As we're getting into the last regatta before our island championships, Anti-Maili Moku championships, which will be the following regatta. Let's take a quick look at how points have stacked up as we get less and less undefeated crews. We still have a few, and we'll find them, but as you get into we're in our 7th regatta now already, which is amazing. You know, those positions can change a lot. And it looks like Keaukaha pretty much has the first place sewn up, at least going into Moku's. That's a 5-point gap and a 10-point gap. But it's great seeing these guys out here and paddling. Let's just do some quick backgrounds on them. I ran a little behind last time, so I missed some of these for the women. But you can see these guys are history with water under the hull. I'm just going to roll through a few of these. These are the paddlers out here today paddling. And we're just taking a sample of them. We have roughly 20 years of history. But we don't always pick up everybody's history because there can be name changes, club changes, spelling differences. So over the course of a couple decades, some of the data gets cross-wired, but we do the best we can. So it's great to start with the specials because you're talking like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds, and then jump right into our 70s. So we got the whole Ohana generations out here paddling. It's just awesome. So, you know, the men's 70, I think those 3 crews are getting lined up. We'll take a quick look at the overall standings again. I think it was a 5-point gap. Right, so you can tell these are competitive crews. Let's go ahead and throw up their groupings. So lane 2 we got Keaukaha. Lane through Keauhou. And ʻEhitu, lane 1. Alright, so let's put the ticker up. You notice the ticker's a little different today. It's got the ability to track the lanes as well a lot quicker. So you don't have to listen to me try to figure out who is who and where they are. You can just mute me if you want and watch those crews on your own. This race shouldn't be too hard with 3 of them in it. Some of the bigger races can be confusing, especially if the shadows make the colors hard to see. We have our first crew coming up on the line. All right, so we are underway, men's 70. Get all 3 crews out there. So far, Keaukaha is sort of the favorite. That's them in the middle. They're coming down course. Here they come. Moving into the midfield. Looks like Keaukaha does have a little bit of a lead. Keauhou is putting up a fight, and not to be outdone, ʻEhitu. ʻEhitu appears to be battling their way downfield too. Let's see how we line up as we approach mid-course. Definitely got Keaukaha with about a canoe length there, and ʻEhitu is fighting there, fighting to catch him. Oh, they're close enough that if there's a mistake made on the turn, could make a game changer. But these guys all have a lot of experience. Mistakes, they don't do a lot. Nice smooth turn for Keaukaha. All right, we got kids jumping around over here. Oh yeah, another good smooth turn for ʻEhitu. And not to be outdone, Keauhou is already out of the corner and coming. It looks like Keaukaha has given themselves a little bit more breathing room. Actually, they've widened that gap by about another canoe length. Let's see, as they come mid-course to us, you can see a little bit better from the angle. They definitely have maybe even up to 3 canoe lengths there of a gap. They're really turning it on. They're starting to move out of the mid-course position. And towards our finish. And we do have our drone cam up. I'm going to go ahead and give you our drone shot as Keaukaha out there is approaching the finish. And there they are, Keaukaha finishing. Yeah, they've definitely put themselves a pretty good gap there. It's a good race, guys. KEAWE unofficially in third there. All right, well, it was a good race. Let's see what we have for our results. Do we have any results ready? They do have the women's results ready. Let's take a quick look at those. As the women's 65 start to line up. All right, so here's the women's results from that previous event. ʻEhitu and Kamehameha. So that was a tight race between ʻEhitu and Kawaihae there. You can tell by the times. Unofficial results, but it gives you an idea how they finished. Now let's take a quick look here at the next set of events. Yeah, so we just did men's 70. We're gonna move on to women's 65. Looks like I need to fix our camera layers there. That's what happens when you try to do everything right before you set up to go live. Sometimes you got to make some changes on the fly. So here we go. We've got our next event coming up. Women's 65. So, our men are starting to line up. I'm sorry, our women 65s are starting to line up out there. So, here we are in the event schedule. Let's check out our crews today. see who's out there. Okay, we got 8 out there. Let's take a look at our standings for these canoes as we get closer and closer to states. Just 2 more regattas before states. We look here, and it's a tight battle for second, 36-34. And Kamehameha looking to try to grab third. They've had some good races, so it may happen. Same with Opua. Opua's had some good races. Waikoloa having a puka there in the third regatta, but still managing to hold on to third. That's awesome. Let's just take a quick look at some of the paddlers' backgrounds before they get going. Bev, I think everybody knows Bev. These paddles have a lot of experience. You can see one more crew lining up. So let's just keep rolling through some of these amazing paddlers. Incredible histories. And even some new paddlers, which is awesome to see. You know, you're never too old to start paddling. And you're never too young. Something you can do for a long time. We do have an undefeated club, Puna. So 6 wins, that's pretty amazing. 7 core paddlers. And the highlighted ones are the ones in the race today. I think we're getting ready. Oh yeah, here we go. All right, ladies. So here you are, 65 race. Keep an eye on Puna lane 2. They are undefeated so far. And we'll bring up the drone. It's in flight. Drone's outside on the mid-course there, watching the canoes come across. We're on the inside, watching the canoes go. With the camera on the right, camera on your left. We'll be tracking them, so we're going to switch to the outside camera. You can see Puna doing a good job on this leg down. They're being chased by everyone at the moment. All right, so we have the inside and outside views here, and it looks like Puna has pulled about a canoe length ahead, but they are being chased by at least 2-3 canoes who are battling for second as they come in. You can see on the drone shot Puna there approaching their flag, angling in. There's steersman just cranking. She's doing a great job. Look at that. That was a great turn. That they have competition. Waikoloa is coming. I'm not sure what's happening there. Looks like we have a little incident at the flag here. These ladies are struggling a bit, trying to get around the flag. I don't see a black flag, so I don't think they got a DQ, but I think they hooked their armor and had to back up. And I don't know if you remember the first regatta that happened in the women's 70, and they managed to back their canoe up and recover. It's not an easy thing to do. You got to stop all that forward motion of the 400-pound canoe plus all its crew and keep it from keeping that flag into the water. If the flag tips into the water, then it's an automatic DQ. But these guys are being chased down. Waikoloa coming their way. But you can see Puna has a pretty good gap. Definitely looks like Waikoloa, and then there's definitely a battle for third as well as possibly second as these canoes push each other. Trying to finish. All right, we got the lead canoe coming in towards the finish. It looks like that's definitely going to be Puna. The question is, what's going to happen with second and third and fourth? Those guys are tight. Puna managed to put a large gap on everyone. You can see why they've been remaining undefeated. They have a pretty tight core crew. There's Waikoloa, solid second. These are all unofficial. Wow. Wow, great run. Great run, everybody. All right, let's just do a quick replay on that finish. See what we get. A little bit slower view. Sometimes you can see more. There's Waikoloa coming in. So we unofficially think they pulled in second. And then here's where it got interesting. Look at that finish. 1, 2, and 3. On the outside. Was that Keaukaha? It's hard to tell from that view. Of course, this is all unofficial. We don't have any ability to call any races for anyone, but we just give you what we're seeing. There's definitely more behind the scenes that happens. All right, so in the next event, it's going to be our men's 65. But let's see first if we've got the men's 70 results. And we do. So we got the men 65 lining up now. And let's just check out the results. Men's 70. And that's what it looked like coming across the line. So hopefully there's no protests and that stays and becomes official results. It was a good job in this race. This race is going to be our men's 65, and we have another undefeated crew. This crew is from Waikoloa. So you can see the yellow are the guys in the crew today. But they've had 6 wins, and they've mixed a couple paddlers. they've got a new paddler today paddling with them. So let's see if they can hold their undefeated ranking. Let's say throw Teddy in there, see how he handles the pressure. And since we got undefeated, it's always good to take a look at the standings. And it looks like Keaukaha has been chasing them down along with Hui Waʻa, both tied at 34, which is amazing. And then just right behind there is KEAWE. KEAWE is, 3 points between them. So second and third and fourth places are just battling it out against Waikoloa. Waikoloa looks like they've had a pretty solid finishes by being undefeated so far this season. So they've got a lot going for them. Let's just take a look at the crew while we're waiting for them to line up. These are all our crews out there today. And okay, so we've got another crowded fleet out there. Let's take a quick look at our paddler backgrounds while we're waiting. A lot of experienced paddlers here in the 65 men's as well. So you can expect another good race. That battle for second, I think, is going to be intense. They have just a few points between them all. All right, guys. They're starting to get lined up here. Should be going any minute. Keep an eye on the start boat. Our drone is out there. Let's go ahead and put our drone shot up there because we got a nice shot of the start boat. So we got our men lining up. Let's go ahead and put our couple more of the paddler backgrounds. I think we got 2 more canoes coming in. Ira. We all know Ira. Great to see him out here today racing with these guys. I think we're getting closer to our start. All right, this is our men's 65. These hammers look ready to go. Okay, looks like we got paddles up. No, false paddles up. We still got one more canoe coming in. See if these guys are going to line up and give another head start. It looks like they're giving everybody a little head start. Paddles up. There we go. And they are off. All right, we want to keep the eye on the crew in the white there. Those guys are undefeated. They do have a new paddler in there with them today. We'll see how all that holds up. That can be difficult sometimes, throwing the new person in. But these guys all know what they're doing, and I expect to see a good race. So let's switch to our outside drone cam. Wow, that was crazy finish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there we are with 1 and 2. It's all unofficial. But look at this finish, folks. Look at this. Boom. Glad I'm not the official. I don't have to make that decision. That is a wild ride. Good job, guys. All right, so I was men's 65. So we're going to switch to girls 10. That's our next event coming up. Girls 10 is our next event to come up. My system's a little behind. There we go. We do have an undefeated crew in the girls 10. Let's just take a quick look at that. It doesn't happen often, especially this late in the season, but they've had 6 wins with 7 main crew members, so they've had a pretty consistent crew. KEAWE, good job, girls. So that's going to make the standings look interesting. Let's check out our standings. 30 points to 17. But there is quite a battle for second and third. You know, these guys are tied here. Puna, ʻEhitu, and KEOA and Kawaihae. That's a wild ride there. I'm thinking KEOA might have an advantage here on us, the rest of the clubs, but you know, anything can happen in some of these races. You can get DQ'd, drop a paddle, break a paddle. Well, let's go ahead and throw up our crews for each lane. We might have a few new contenders out there today. Let's just take a look at some of the backgrounds. Some of these girls in the girls 10 event today, event 5. You're not going to see the hundreds of races here, but you will see that these are some consistent paddlers. And that's how it's done. Start with the specials. You work your way up. Alright, so you know the girls are going to be lining up on the other end of the course. So that's going to be your camera shot on the left. You can see they're heading down there now. Got a couple canoes headed down. Takes a little bit longer to get this set up because you got to get your boat holders and everybody down there on the other end. Got to get your canoes down there. Got to get everybody off the beach and out on the water. It can take a little bit. But in the meantime, we do have the women's 65 results. So let's take a look at those. So we just completed that race. We had 8 canoes in that one. I think the men's 65, they're going to be debating over that placement for a little bit. But here we are with Puna, 4:33. You know, we saw that big gap they put on everybody, and Waikoloa, they worked hard to catch them. You know, and we also had 3rd and 4th. That was a tight battle between KEAWE and Kamehameha. Not far behind with Keauhou and Keaukaha. All these ladies, great job. Love to see it. Okay, so what do we got? We have any more results? No, we're still waiting on men's 65 results. And we still got KEAWE lining up. Let's just take a look down the course. You see, I think we got one more canoe coming out. Their start boat. We'll just keep an eye on them. Put up a couple paddle backgrounds. You can probably hear some of the kids in the background having a good time. And they're kind of shaking the whole building, so occasionally our cameras are shaking. It's all part of the fun. Okay, looks like we're getting closer. We got canoes lined up out there. I think we got our drone airborne. Let's take a look. Yeah, here goes our drone. And the girls are off. There they come. Girls 10 underway. Strong start. You can see these undefeated crews really working hard. We're coming here in the mid-course, and it's definitely a battle. It's definitely a battle. Let's line them up here right along the line. You can see all the girls working hard. This quarter-mile race, so it's one race down, no turns. But you can see this battle for first is going to be good. So we have a little bit of gap on second, it looks like. And we got our fleet coming down the course now, moving into the finish. They are moving those canoes. Beautiful sight this nice calm morning. That's some good paddling there. All three of these canoes are really going for it. And there we go. 1, 2. Oh, we're running out of gas. Keep going, girls. Oh, 3, 4. Good effort. All right, let's take a quick look at that one. So here we have second. I believe that's third there. Nice work, girls. Okay, well, I'm sure we have more results. Let's see, we got, we have men's 65 results. Those are ready for us. Men's 65s. Here we go. Tell you what, let's replay that finish. That was so tight. You know, it'd be interesting to see if we can see anything. Let's just play that replay again. I believe this is a min 65 replay here. 1, 2. 3 and 4. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that was a tight race. You can see that in the results, how close that was. Let's get back to the action. Where are we here? We are moving into boys 10. That's event 6. While we wait for some more results. Alright, so let's take a look at the crews for this event. Kawaihae. We do have an undefeated crew. That undefeated crew is ʻEhitu. We'll take a closer look at them. They're in lane 2. Okay, got our undefeated crew up here. You see they got most of their regular paddlers ready to go. And here are the standings. Looks like we still have about 4 canoes coming out, so we've got a little bit of time. We'll just keep looking at some of the paddlers that are in this event, and we will get to the action shortly as they're still lining up. So we're moving pretty good through the day so far. Already event 6 by 9:30. And while we're waiting, I think we'll just take another quick look at the undefeated crew from ʻEhitu. There we go, 6 wins. That's pretty impressive. Good job, boys. You can see they have pretty regular crew members. Had to make too many substitutions. We still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews still working their way out there. It takes a bit sometimes getting all the canoes into shore and then back out. So while we're waiting, we'll just take another quick look at some of the paddlers that we have out there today. Some are new paddlers. Some got some years under their belt. So let's just take a quick look at what's happening down there. We got a lot of crews still coming down, getting ready to line up. We've got a few minutes. That's one thing about a sport whose course is so long and on the open water. You can see, okay, it looks like the last of them coming down then. So we should be underway soon. Just get a few of these crews out there on the line. So here we go. I think we're getting close. Everybody's getting lined up. That canoe in the back, I think they're waiting for their next event, so they'll be ready. Yeah, still a couple more getting settled in. Should be underway soon though. Let me just see if we have launched our drone. So let's just take a look at the start line and the drone together. Now we're getting the last few canoes into place out there. We should get the boys 10 underway shortly. All right, looks like we got some paddles up. Oh, and we're going. All right. Let's try to chase them off the start line here. All these hammers are underway. We've got 8 canoes out there today, it looks like. Looks like ʻEhitu is taking the lead there. We do have the canoe on the outside, giving everybody a run for their money. We're starting to develop a fairly big gap here. These guys. Yeah, they've got a pretty good sized gap there. Let's see who's following in. All right, boys. Looks almost a 5-way tie there for 4th place. Now let's take a quick look down on the finish line to see how we're doing. And they're getting close. Let's see who got coming down the field. The outside is working pretty good. You can check on the drone though, and our inside boys there from ʻEhitu, they look unstoppable. Look at them go. They are approaching the finish here. Nice job. We got, looks like Puna there, pulling in on second. Oh, yeah. Looks like Kawaihae, and I missed the inside there. That was Kawaihae. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got for a replay on that finish. Once all these hammers get in, nobody's giving up for a second. Good job. Nice racing. So let's just see what we can see on the finish there for this replay. There we go. I think that looks like Puna. Yeah, there's quite high. You can just see the head at the bottom of the screen. We just missed that one. Yeah, there they are. You can see they're just an edge ahead of them. Nice work. Okay, well, if we're wrapping up boys 10, that's got to mean that girls 12 is next. So that's event 7. Yep, that's event 7 today, and 9:30. So no undefeated in this, but let's just take a look at the standings before we get started. So girls 12 standings. Yeah, Kawaihae has done really well. Looks like I don't know if I'm seeing something wrong, but they seem to be undefeated. Looking at oh no, it looks like Puna has got them a couple times, 3 times. So Puna's trying to make up the gap. They have that puka there for the second regatta. But it looks like that past regattas, Puna's been doing really well in this event and slowly climbing. So they're going to be on the one to watch, I think, lane 3. And then Kawaihae, Opua, Hui Waʻa, KEAWE. I think it's going to be an interesting race. It's always hard to tell because you get different paddlers and different events, and sometimes things click better than they do, or better than you'd expect sometimes. We got a nice day out there. Well, there's a light drizzle at the moment, but not too bad for our drone. You can see everybody out there. I want to thank Laka again for hosting this regatta. If you guys get a chance, come on down. They're doing fundraising for their events this year. They have food and snacks, Sweet Shack, and while we're doing that, let's just run a club highlight from the paddlers at Laka. This is compiled by Kavika.
Hey,
All right, thanks to Laka for hosting our regatta here. Just a few moments captured over the seasons of the club members. So we are on to girls 12. Let's see what we've got for some crew highlights. So these are our paddlers today. Hui Waʻa, lane 1. Puna, lane 2. Kawaihae, lane 3. Opua, lane 4. And you may recognize some of those last names because this is a family affair. Keaukaha, lane 6. ʻEhitu, lane 7. Lane 8, Keauhou. And I think we got a big race today. I think we got 9, maybe even 10 canoes in this race. Here we go, paddlers of Laka. These are our hosts today. So come down and give them some support. All right, lane 10, Kamehameha. Oh, lane 11, Waikoloa. Oh, this is great. This is going to be a good event. A lot of canoes out there. All right, let's take a look at some of the paddlers who are out there while we wait for this event to get set up. We've got 5 canoes still making their way out there in a bit of time. And we will dive into the standings here. Let's take a quick look at our standings. So you see Kawaihae is doing quite well there. 7-point lead over Opua. Followed tightly by Puna. Hui Waʻa, that's not a big gap at all. Keauhou, considering Puna, with that puka on the second regatta, and they're still up there in contention. That's amazing. Those girls are doing great. And yeah, we got a lot of paddlers here. We got 11 out again today, so that's exciting. It's good to see all the youth out there paddling. And let's see who we got some background on. Let's just run these through because we still have 4 canoes making their way out there. All right, let's take a quick look at how we're doing out there on the lineup. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3. Yep, still like three or so canoes on their way out. If you can see through the dizzy camera work. But you can see there's definitely a squall out there. I believe it's going to miss us. But we might get the edge of it. Let's see what happens. In the meantime, let's just take a peek at who's lined up out there so far. So, yeah, we got, looks like Keaukaha and Waikoloa, some of the last ones getting out there. Once they get out there, we'll be able to get this place underway. The crew of kids just came back, so you're gonna have to witness a little bit of this bounciness. do have everybody lined up. Let me see if we've launched our drone. Yeah, it looks like we do, so we're gonna give you some drone view as we go in. So our course runs on your screen from left to right. So we're trying to place the flags. If you see them on the left side, that's typically the turn, or it's the quarter-mile start. And if you see it on the right, then that's either the start or the finish, depending on where we are in the race. You shut off the turn camera in the background. A little bit too much bounciness. There we go. And they are underway. This is going to be a good race. We got a lot of talented paddlers here, and their times are fairly similar. So you can expect to see a tight finish. It wouldn't surprise me if we got to do a replay. These girls are fast. And they're all working hard together out there. Okay, they're coming up on midfield here. You can see the whole fleet's working. We'll just switch to our drone here as we do a flyover. Look back at the fleet. Here we go. They are moving. Looks like we got a tight battle there on the inside. First, second, third, and fourth. We will have to try to catch them on our finish camera. See who is able to pull this one off. It does look like we got about a half a canoe length lead, I believe, there. Hui Waʻa is really fighting with Puna, who's got a gap on them, and Kawaihae, at least from this vantage point. We got these guys on the outside. ʻEhitu, it looks like. Yeah, ʻEhitu. Well, we need to switch to our finish cam. Yeah. There you go, and it was. It was a tight finish there. Hopefully caught all that. There's a bit of commotion here where I am. It distracted me from the camera. Let's see what we got. We'll put them up on replay. You see sort of first, second, third. I missed the very finish. But wow, those canoes were tight. Wow, good job, girls. So those are girls 12. And we will be going now. They're already turning in, getting ready to do their ID checks. Head down and get our next boys 12 crews lined up. So that'll be event 8. But before we get to event 8, let's rewind a bit because we do have girls 10 results. Let's go ahead and show the girls 10 results. That was event 5. So event 5 results, Keauhou, ʻEhitu, and Puna. Good job for the girls 10. I wonder if we have boys 10 results. And we do have boys 10s results. So let's check out the boys, and then we'll get back to the race. So this is a big event. We had 8 canoes out there. With Kawaihae in third, Puna in second, and ʻEhitu with that big gap, first place. All right, good job to all you paddlers. Those are some tight times, so some liner shuffling. That means there's a lot of competition between all of you, which is great to see. Okay, so now let's take a look at this event. All right, so we are at boys 12, the quarter mile. And after that, we have our first mix, which is mix 9. That's mix 12. Well, let's take a look at our undefeated team here, ʻEhitu. So you can see they've had a number of paddlers. They've had 11 paddlers throughout their 6 regattas. The ones highlighted in yellow, again, are the ones paddling today. So you can see we have a couple that have only done 1 race with this crew. But they're still holding on to first, which is great. We like to see that diversity and different paddlers getting a chance to compete. Now let's just take a quick look here at the overall for this event. So you can see they have maintained a pretty good gap there, 9 points for ʻEhitu, Kawaihae with a 10-point gap on Puna, and KEAWE only 1 point behind, and then Keaukaha only 1 point behind them. So we're going to see some action today. These are some tight races between all 3 of them, and if you look at their previous performances, they're all within each other. So there's a pretty good grouping. So while these guys get set up, let's take a look at the crew spotlights. Okay, we've still got crews lining up. Let's just take a look down there at the end of the course and see what's going on, and we'll put up some more paddler results here. It's a bit of a dark day, and I am on the wrong camera, aren't I? There we go. All right, so you can see still some canoes coming down. We've got quite a few in this event, so it may take them a bit. So while we're doing that, I'm going to run Laka's club introduction again, just real quick. So it's a bit loud. I'm going to try to turn down the music just a touch so it doesn't blow you away. All right, that's a nice little segment that Gavix did, and he's generous enough to let us reshare his material. He does a lot of filming and photography work around the island. So if you're not familiar with him, you're really missing out. There's a lot of great work on Instagram and YouTube. So you should check him out. Alright, so while we're getting going, let's put up the tickers so we know who is where and what. For boys 12, remember we got our undefeated ʻEhitu team to watch out for in lane 2. Let's just put up some paddler backgrounds too while we're getting settled. Yeah, so there we go. You can see the second, third, and fourth. You can see these keiki just digging, going for the finish. Let's rerun that real quick. I think The rain looks like it's going to go around us, which is great for flying our drone. And let's see if we have any more results. Let's just check those out real quick while we swap cameras back and see if we have. We do. We have girls 12 results. Let's see. Girls 12 results today. This is a big race with 11 canoes out there. Now look at that time spread between third and fourth. That was a tight race. Good job, girls. That was a fun event having all those crews out there. Let's just do a quick check, see what the girls' results look versus states. It looks like Puna managed to pull off a record so far for this season in that event, and that was a fast finish for them. Yeah, they set the number one spot there, which is impressive. 155. You can see the second crew there was slower by 10 seconds from the record times. All right, so let's get ready for our next event. This is going to be the mix. This is mix 12. All right, so we got mix 12 coming up. Let's take a look at what we got for standings on the mix 12. There's no undefeated crews, but we definitely have a lot of competition in this. This event has been exciting the last few races with some tight finishes, and you can see that from the points. You got 54 with ʻEhitu, Kawaihae at 51, tied with KEOWA at 51 points too. Paddlers at Laka, our hosts, and fourth there with 45 points. So you can see all top four of those crews, all the ones that don't have pukas in their events, and they are tight races. So this is going to be a good race. We want to remember, do keep an eye on your top teams there: ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, KEOWA, Paddlers at Laka. We do have some surprises sometimes with some of these other crews. Opua has pulled off some good results. And so has Keaukaha and Puna, as well as Kamehameha, but they've had a fair number of pukas. So we'll just see how it rolls out today. Let's take a look at our lane sidebar, see where we are for lanes while they get lined up. Okay, yeah, first four inside lanes, those are the ones probably to watch. All right, yeah, so we're getting ready for the mixed event. Mixed event here. Let's go ahead and check out some of the paddlers' backgrounds, because we still have 5 canoes making their way out there, so we have a little bit of time for them to get set up. I'm gonna just cycle through a few of these paddlers in the mixed race. So let's see, what do we have for our camera views? Are active. We get our drone up. Yeah, so we are ready to go. I'm just gonna wait for these crews to get in and just show a few more paddlers. All our crews are getting out to the line and getting lined up. Starting to get a little bit of onshore breeze. I think it's sort of left over. You can see in the hills there, you got some rain down low. A lot of it is just funneling right around us. It's kind of magical part of Hilo sometimes. Everybody else can be getting downpours, and we're sitting nice and dry. Nice breeze on the beach. So here we go. It's a full race. We got 11 crews. And we got KEAWE is ready to rock. Let's see how ʻEhitu is set up. ʻEhitu, they definitely look ready. Yeah, they're getting a little bit of bounce from our rambunctious kids nearby. Almost all our crews are out. Let's see, Keaukaha there, Laka. Okay, we're getting ready. Excellent. All right, we are underway. So that means let's get our drone up. All right, they are off and going strong. Mixed boys and girls 12, this is always a competitive race, as you saw from those times. The points overall for the past regattas. You can tell that these kids know how to paddle and they work well together. You can see their teamwork in action. You know, you don't get to the top place by being a sloppy team. And these kids have learned how to work together, work on their timing, and paddle efficiently. You can tell them they're really moving. ʻEhitu is really putting the pedal to the metal out there. They're doing a good job. They're pulling away there. You can see how well they're working together. Every stroke is time. Lots of power in that canoe. They got almost a half a length probably ahead. Got a light swell rolling in. There they are coming in. Nice finishing there, as everybody's tight on that line. Good job. Good job. Let's just pull up the replay. I think I might have missed first again. I need to work on my dexterity. So I got one more canoe out there finishing. Good job, guys. All right, and that's going to complete that event race. But let's just take a quick replay of that, because there were some tight finishes in there. Yeah, there you go. You can see it there on the video, how everybody did. It was a good job. Nice racing. So, now the mix is done. Our next event is event 10, and that's girls 13. So while you're getting dizzy watching our drone spin around, I'm going to switch this back to our views. And let's take a look at this next event, girls 12. I'm sorry, girls 13. After this event, we got boys 13 and then Novice B women. Let's see, what do we got for standings on this event? This is girls 13 standings with ʻEhitu. 7-point lead there. Paddles Laka not far behind at 44. Hui Waʻa, Kawaihae, Puna, and Waʻa. Look at those canoes. They're all those canoe clubs are just closely tied. They're either two ties and just a few points separating them. There's a gap between first and second and third, but you can see there's a lot of contention in there. So we're going to watch all those canoes. Those clubs are doing well. And you can see Waikoloa has also been improving. They had a few pukas, but they've been doing well since they got their crew into the mix. Let's just take a quick look at who is where and how many crews we have set up. So we got 9 crews. Hui Waʻa, ʻEhitu, Opua, Laka, Puna, Waikoloa, Waʻa, Waiākea, and Keaukaha. And while we wait for them to get lined up, let's go ahead and take a quick look at just some of our paddlers who are going to be in this event today. Okay, I just want to do a shout out to one of our big supporters that provide us a lot of the power that we need to run this show.
Hey guys, it's Jason over at Ultimate Off-Grid Solar Hawaii on 48 Vivo Ole Street. Got some exciting news. We'll be moving soon. Stay tuned for when and where. If not, just stop by and come talk stories. Shoot.
Yeah, so big thanks to Jason there at Ultimate Off-Grid Solar. They provide a battery bank for us as well as solar panels. And I can tell you we've been running since about 6 this morning, and we are still at 97%. And I have a full set of equipment here in our studio running. So it's fantastic. And no generator. It's all recharged off the solar, or if you have to later when you're home, recharge on the main line. But it's a great system. You don't have to smell fumes. You don't have to listen to the noise. Just you guys should check those out. We have really good performance. So we've been using them. This is the second year now, and we've got no complaints. Let's just do a few more palette backgrounds because we are still waiting for crews. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coming out to the line still. It's going to take them a little bit to get going. It's always fun to take a look at just who is out there today. A little bit of background behind them, what club they're in, how many races they've done. Some of these guys and gals are up on the podium quite a bit, so we see a lot of results from these youth battlers, which are impressive. I mean, for their age, to be out here competing with a team against a lot of other teams, it's not an easy thing. It takes training, practice, and discipline. So it's great to see all these kids showing up and putting in the time and working with each other. And learning all kinds of skills that you may not think about until you're actually involved in a sport like this. It takes a lot of teamwork, a lot of training with each other. It takes patience, respect, and dedication. These are all important things. You make life easier for these kids as they get older, because they'll carry all those traits forward in whatever they do. And even the kids that are over here by me that are bouncing the whole structure, as you can see on our camera, they're here with their friends having a good time. So if you've thought about coming down and paddling, or your family, bring them down, give them a try. I'm going to have to zoom out because they're getting really pretty rambunctious. They're doing a little too much shaking. But these are our girls 13 lining up. We'll be underway shortly. I'll put up a few more background spotlights. All right, they're underway and our drone is on the scene. So this is team 10, girls 15. And we know from looking at their past history, this is going to be a competitive race. We're going to see some tight crews here, working together, in sync, pushing hard, like all of them. They look fantastic out there. Great show of athleticism as they all battle their way down the course. They're already approaching midway here. I'm going to pull up the finish camera already because they are moving. These girls are going. Here we are looking on the inside, or from the outside towards the inside. You can see up there at the top of your screen, looks like lane 3 there in lane 2 are in a pretty good battle. Let's see if we can take a quicker look over and peek at our leaders on the inside. We got our outside crews. It's definitely going to be a tight race. That's Paddlers of Laka, I believe. Let's get down and take a look at the finish. That looks like that was Paddlers of Laka to me. Good job, girls. That was an intense race. Wow. That's what we come down here for, and hopefully you're getting a taste of it there at home. As we wrap up the girls 13 race, I think we have some more results. And I did get a replay on that finish. Let's take a quick look at it. Yeah, once again, I'm a little slow. I'm still learning this system. You know, sometimes you can't really practice until you're at a live event and understanding how the captures are working. Okay, but there we go. That's girls 13. Okay, so we do have some more results before we get to the next couple events. We've got the boys 12 results. That's event 8. Just a couple events back. So we've got Keauhou, Kawaihae in 3rd, Puna in 2nd. They did place 2nd, and ʻEhitu in 1st. That's good racing. Good job, boys. Those are all some tight times. It's fun to see so many canoes being so competitive. Let's see if we have any other results. We do. We have the mix results ready. Let's check out our mix results. So this is mix 12, where we had 10 canoes out there. Great seeing all these competitors out there today. Love seeing all the KEAWE canoes on the water and all our future hammers. That was a great race, you know, not far apart from each other. I mean, ʻEhitu did have a good gap, but the rest of the canoes were hanging in there. And next season, I think we're going to see a awesome batch of 14s, 13s, and 14s probably. Let's see. What else do we have? We got our next event. Boys 13. While we wait on the girls 13 results. Let's take a look what we have for standings on the boys 13. So this has been 11, and you can see there's definitely a battle going on there. ʻEhitu's got a bit of a gap, but not far. Kawaihae, Keaukaha, even Hui Waʻa, not far behind. Kamehameha there at 21, and Paddlers of Laka, they had a puka or two for these other clubs, but you know, it's good to see them out here and competing. And they have done well. You can see by some of their scores from the other regattas. So we expect this to be another good race. We'll keep an eye on those top 3 teams: ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, Keaukaha, and Hui Waʻa.
There could be some surprise upsets too from the outside. Let's see what our lane stand up is like for this event. We've got eight of them out there. Hui Waʻa, ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, Keaukaha. Yeah, they all kind of picked the inside for this race. So we can expect to see some action out of these four. And I'm always there for the underdog, so don't count them out. And they're just starting to get lined up out there. And then we've got their surf skiers out. Everybody's enjoying the water. Got all our spectators. Yeah, it looks like it can be a little bit, so let's just take a look at the crew spotlight. Let's throw everybody up from each crew. All right, let's just throw up a few paddler backgrounds for these guys. They're all still lining up. We've got two more canoes coming down. The sun's really coming out. Be a nice day. Looks like a prediction rain could happen later in the afternoon. There's still some black clouds out there. So I was looking around and forgot to keep running our backgrounds. Let's just spy on the start out there real quick and see if we have our drone up. Yeah, let's try to follow them on the cam. Let's switch to turn cam. That's where we go. Here's where our crews are. Looks like we just about got everybody lined up. Start boat is getting ready. So a couple more crews filling in. It looks like probably Keaukaha. Yeah, I believe so. Our drone is getting ready to go airborne for the start. There we go. Boys are going. All right. Here they come across midfield. Cheer these boys on. They are bunched up tight. These first four are really competing hard against each other. And you can see that other second pack doesn't want to give up either. They are all in it to win it here. Just like the girls, these guys are all working together. You know, looking good. Let's get a zoom in a drone. Got some good shots out there. As we come over and take a look at these crews out here. Opua right there. And there's the finish line. It's on everybody's mind. And you can see the whole fleet here. Looks like Kawaihae maybe chased by Keaukaha, and it looks like ʻEhitu. Let's see if we can watch on our finish. We might need the instant replay for this one, folks. They are moving. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that was a good job by Kawaihae with ʻEhitu, and looks like Keaukaha. Yeah. And Hui Waʻa there is in lane 1. And there's Laka, our host. All right, good job. Let's just run this one back now that they've all finished. Yeah, there you go. Solid finish there. I think I need to adjust my replay a little bit so I can capture a little bit more of these finishes. Wow, look at that. That was tight. All right, well, good job. Let's see where we are now. Let's move on and take a look at the whole program, and we'll pull up some results too. So far today, our event progress has been pretty quick. So we just finished event 11 there. We're going to be going to Novice B women for our next event. Let's just take a quick look at the division points. So we've got a few races under our belts here. You can see all the clubs' placings for their various divisions. Mostly the keikis having paddled. Division AAA, ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, and Puna. AAA, we got Keōua, Opua, and Hui Waʻa. And if you're a quick reader, you can see DQs, races completes, how many they have remaining. Gives you an idea of how far along they are in gathering points for their club. And then we can just look at the overall points as if there were no divisions. And you can see ʻEhitu has been doing well this morning. Kawaihae and Puna and Keaukaha and KEAWE, as well as Opua and Hui Waʻa, all sticking pretty close to each other. And there is a gap there between Puna and Keaukaha, and ʻEhitu's already starting to widen their gap. But it just depends. I think ʻEhitu has a lot of races still to go, so they can collect more points. We've got some other bigger clubs here paddling. So while we're waiting for Novice B women to set up, let's just pull up all the clubs and their events, how many races they're doing. So yeah, Opua still got 30 to go. Kawaihae is 40 total races. So Keaukaha 42. So yeah, a lot of these clubs still have opportunities to gather points today. 34 races, 23. So some of the smaller divisions are not going to have as many point opportunities. Let me turn. Yeah, Puna's coming out strong with 41. Waikoloa with 20. That's great. 29 for KEAWE. It's a long way for some of these clubs to come and race, so we really appreciate them coming and supporting paddlers at Laka's Regatta. As you saw, they're lined up for 5 races today. All right, that's good to see. Let's see where we are here on the course. Looks like we are still setting up. It's going to be Novice B, so it's quarter mile. Another quarter mile race. And we will swap views so we can see them setting up. Yeah, they're still coming down the field. Oh, we still got a few more canoes still coming. The novice races are always a fun race. These are also some of our future paddlers, and it's great to see them out here and watch them improve from regatta to regatta. Okay, with that in mind, let's just pull up some information on Women's Novice B. So where are we in the schedule? So we got women and men, and then we're back to 14s shortly after this. So let's just take a look at who's paddling today for these crews. There's Kaiapua's crew, lane 1. Puna in lane 2. ʻEhitu, lane 3. Keaukaha in lane 4. Lane 5, we've got KEAWE. And they're still lining up out there. Kawaihae, lane 6. Lane 7 could be a scratch. Lane 8, Kamehameha. All right, that's great. So, the thing about Novice Bs is it's just sort of the introduction year. And you move into your Novice As, that's when you have to do a half mile, and you start getting more and more into the technique. So it's great to see all these novice paddlers. It's even better to see them come back next year as Novice A. So I hope they all come back next year so we can watch them race. Fill out those Novice A categories. Let's just pull up some paddler background while we're waiting. We still have 3 crews lining up. Okay, I think they are getting close. We've got some quick turns happening out there. So we got one more crew heading towards the line. So while we do that, let's just take a quick look at the standings for this event. So ʻEhitu, 1 point ahead of Puna, which is tied with Opua. And then we have KEAWE, Keaukaha, Keauhou, Kawaihae, and Kamehameha. So you can see these top 3 4 crews. They've been battling together all season. they're starting to move into position, so we're going to be ready to go here any minute. Let's just take a look at some of our crews while they're getting settled in, trying to line themselves up. And send our drone down to the end. Get a nice aerial view, and they are underway. All right. This is women's Novice B. And they're not holding back. Well, they're moving along quick. We're already getting close to the halfway point, straight across from us, so we can kind of get an idea. Yeah, it does look like our 4 inside canoes, at least the top 3 are the inside 3. I believe that's ʻEhitu on that far edge over there. And you can see from our drone view too that on the outside these canoes are working hard. They are just now crossing the halfway point. No, they're doing great. So let's just, they're moving so quick, I'm going to just switch to the finish view too. Again, I want to thank paddlers at Laka for hosting our regatta. If you're at home and you're starting to get hungry, let me tell you, lots of food down here. Nice and fresh. And you get to help support the paddlers. So paddlers at Laka, they've got a food booth and a desserts booth that they are running. Try to help raise money for the season. So come down and support them, as well as the other vendors that are down here. You can see from all the tents on the shore that this is a big community. There's thousands of people here, and there we go. I missed the very finish of that. We're having a problem with one of our cameras over here, so I had to step away for just a second. So sorry, yeah, I did miss that finish of that one. That was women's Novice B, and they were fast. They were a little too fast for my cameras. Let's just check out if we have results from some of the previous races. What do we have here? We do. We have girls 12 results. So that was event 7. All right, that was a big race. Congratulations to all those paddlers. We also have the boys 12 results ready. And I can skip forward a little bit to, the girls 13 results. They're ready. Yeah, so the girls 13 results. So you see we have a DQ there. I'm not sure NRC. Maybe it has something to do with the lane crossing. They didn't start or finish in the right lane, or I'm not quite sure, but they had a pretty quick race. But with a DQ, you don't get any points, so that's unfortunate. I hate seeing that in the Kiki's races. So that happens from time to time. We do have the boys 13 results as well, so let's check them out. So boys 13. Keaukaha, ʻEhitu. And first place there is Kawaihae. They had a pretty good gap. I have a feeling that these guys might have set a state's time. Let's just check out against the state's results. We still have some incredibly fast 13 boys there on the Wahoo who have set the first place, Hanakahi Canoe Club. But Kawaihae does still hold the number 2 time. And ʻEhitu holds the number 4 time, with Keaukaha holding the number 5 time. So we still have pretty good representation from Big Island in the state's results. Just today we didn't quite beat those times. And it could be because we're starting to experience a little bit more of that current that we were looking at earlier from the tides. We're going to scan around, see if we can find our crews. I think they're starting to line up out there. See, we got our start boats. We only got a couple boats still heading out. So yeah, just one canoe on the line. So let's turn our attention a little bit to this race, which is the men's Novice B. So men's Novice B race. We've got quite a few crews, I think, last time on the men's Novice B. Let's see what we got for today. We've got 6 crews today. Let's take a look at the spotlights for these guys. Again, these are all our paddlers that are going to be joining us next season. The biggest, I think, transition between Novice B and Novice A is keeping your crews together, because people get busy and it's hard to dedicate this much time to a team effort. But those that move forward, and continue the next season, big kudos to them, because this is part of what helps keep the sport alive. Having all these new paddlers come in, expanding the number of crews racing, increasing the competition. Those are all the things that these novices represent for our sport. So it's great to see them out there. I'm going to throw up the standings as they get lined up. See where we are for the men's. It's like ʻEhitu's been doing well. Kawaihae and Waikoloa not far behind. Keauhou, Keaukaha, and Opua following up. So those are the crews we're going to be watching. And they are starting to get lined up. And I think it's time to put our drone in the air here. Our drone is headed out to capture the start race, and then they're underway. Novice B's moving quick down the course. They're starting to move closer to our midpoint here for our camera to capture. And you can see, it is a tight race. 1, 2, 3. this is definitely going to be a tight race. And just to preempt this, because I expect that we're going to have to go right down to the wire for this one. And we will switch over cameras. And they are quickly approaching that finish line. You can see from our drone out there that it looks like ʻEhitu, lane 3. Sort of leading the way there. But this angle is a little difficult to tell. I would say, yeah, ʻEhitu right in there. There's lane 2, which is Kawaihae, and KEAWE on the inside. Nice job, guys. That's some tight packing. You know, when you get novices that are paddling well together, and you see crews, you know, 4, 5, 6 canoes like that, and they're all finishing close to each other. You know that these guys are getting better and better. You know, there's just less distance between the canoes. You know, the more competitive they're becoming, more skilled they are at getting that canoe to move. So that's awesome. You know, and I hope all these guys, I hope you're out there listening. I hope you come back next season, because that was a fun race. I look forward to seeing all you Novice Bs, men and women, return. In fact, I think we're just going to take another quick look at their finish. Assuming I captured it at the right time. I was trying to capture them a little earlier. Yeah, there we go. So there's Kawaihae. Kind of hard to dispute that one. Yeah, there's our second and third. So I think ʻEhitu and KEAWE second and third, but those are all unofficial. But good job, crews. Stoked to see the Novice Bs competing so aggressively with each other. So we're going to move on to our next event here, but we do have some more results. So we have Women's Novice B results. So let's just show those real quick. Women's Novice B race. So in third there's Puna, second ʻEhitu, and first was Opua. And look at how close those times are together. Well, that was a good job. It was a nice race. I think I just barely missed that instant replay on you guys finishing. So I just got to work on my skills a little bit here, you know. But volunteer work, it is what you get. Who's going to complain? So, you know, our next race, now that we've finished the novice teams, is we're on to the girls 14. So that's going to be event 14, girls 14. Then we'll be into boys, and then another mix, Novice B. That's one of their last novice races until states. Until Moku's champs. So it could be their last race for the season. Let's just take a look at girls 14 lineups. Okay, so this is girls 14. And they're getting ready. I think we've already got several crews on their way down, so it's going to start pretty quickly. You can see all our canoes underway, heading down to the start. We got several already just about there. Let's just take a quick look at some of this race. In the past, we have an undefeated crew, which is the ʻEhitu. So in the past 6 races, they've managed to pull off 6 firsts. So the paddlers shown in yellow, those are the ones paddling today, but not to be outmatched by the other that have contributed to all these wins, which is great to see a mix of crews and still being able to perform at that top level. So here we have the standings. You can see there's a good battle for second and a great battle for third. There's like a 4-way battle for third between these crews. Even though some of these crews have pukas, they've been managed to pull off some good placing and bring their overall points up. So that's great, because they'll still get a chance to try to improve their points here before states. So there's just 2 more regattas. We got our local Big Island champions, the Moku champions, Auntie Miley's race, and then we have states, which is going to be in Oahu this year. So those crews that qualify for states get to travel and race over there, and that's a great experience for all these keiki paddlers. We get to go to different islands, and they get to see different paddlers and different courses, have different experiences. So it's just overall, this is an awesome program. And if you're at home and you want to find a way to help support them, just come on down, get some food. That's as easy as it is. The crews and clubs are down here trying to raise funds, help get their paddlers to those big events like the states. So we've got event 14 here. Girls 14 are getting ready. We'll just show a few more backgrounds. I want to keep an eye on those Kaipua paddlers. They're going for win number 7. Oh, we didn't get crew names for, looks like we might have a scratch. All right, so they're starting to line up. We're just about ready to start this race. I think we got our drone in the air. All right, looks like we got paddles up. Here we go. They are underway. Here comes our paddlers. Girls 14. A lot of excitement on the shore. You can see all these crews are pretty well matched. You can see in that drone shot as we fly over the whole fleet, matching stroke for stroke here. Small gaps are just starting to open as they reach closer to the mid of the course. You can see these 2 crews, lane 1 and lane 2, are really battling, with lane 3 not far behind. And you can see off in the distance we got a squall coming. These crews are moving fast. We're going to need to switch to finish cameras already. As they're moving along, you can see on that drone footage. I'm thinking it might be ʻEhitu just slowly slowly leading the pack a little bit there. Really hard to tell because these crews are tight. We're going to see them here on the finish. As they start to get close to the line. Yeah, they are approaching quickly. Yeah, it does look like KEAWE. They've got about a half a canoe gap. Yeah, KEAWE and Kawaihae, I believe. Wow, good job. We'll just wait for these guys to finish. We'll do a quick replay on that. As I try to improve my replay capture skills. So yeah, that was definitely KEAWE there. And just off the camera there in lane 1. Yeah, I just barely missed him. Watch these finishes are tight. Yeah, but I think Opua there on lane 1. They managed to pull that finish off. Wow, good job. Okay, well, I'm sure we've got some more results. So last we looked at was women's Novice B. So let's check out the men's Novice B. Those results are ready. Alright, it's always a bummer to see scratches for the novices races, but sometimes it's hard to get everybody down here and racing. Good job of the novices. They had a fast race. Let's just run those against the state times. See where they are. Yeah, that's what I thought. They had some fast times there. Some of them holding on to their records and some setting new records. Good job. So let's check out what's next race here. We've got event. Should be event 15, I believe, which is boys 14. Yeah, so we got boys 14 coming up here. Mixed Novice B, and then on to half-mile races. So 11 a.m. and we're just about finished with all the quarter-mile races. We do have an undefeated team in this event. Let's take a quick look at them. KEAWE. Again, the yellow paddlers are the ones out today. The ones that are shaded gray are the ones that have contributed in past races. So KEAWE is doing well. Let's take a look at the overall points for this race for boys 14. So you can see that gap is significant there for KEAWE, but that doesn't mean there's not more to race. We've got like almost a three-way tie for second with really tight numbers there. You know, even third there, 29-28 with Waʻa and Hui Waʻa. Some good racing, I think, in this event. We'll see some tight second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth results. And who knows what might happen with first place, our undefeated KEAWE team. Sometimes surprises can happen. So let's just take a quick look. I don't think we have anybody lined up yet. So let's go ahead and let's run another thank you for hosting us. Thank you to Laka. All right, thanks again to Laka for supporting or for hosting us, and please come down and support them. You know, it takes a lot of work to put these events on, a lot of volunteers, a lot of long hours, a lot of long days, a lot of coaching. You know, there's just a lot that goes into this to make this event happen, and it's great that we can have these regattas. And, you know, sometimes you have a little accident, like we hoolied out there, but they've got it under control, you know, plenty of help. We had canoes come to assist, and it looks like they're getting most of the water out now. It's a good huli recovery. Those just kind of things happen sometimes. It does slow the event down, but that's all right. So, you know, Boys 14's coming up here. Let's just go ahead and run the crew ticker and take a quick look at some of the spotlights from these paddlers. Remember, we do have an undefeated team, ʻEhitu. So they're going to be the ones everybody's gunning for today. We'll just run through some of the paddlers in this event. They're still dealing with that. Huli out there. Looks like they got it mostly cleared out. Looks like they're going to bring in the. Looks like they're going to bring the canoe in, I think, and then get ready for the next race. Let's just take a look at what's going on so far with the division points. Now they got their huli all resolved. That's our AAA division and our AA division. You can see these points are still pretty tight, and we still have more races for them to participate in. And our single A division paddlers are starting to complete some of their events. It's great. So let's see what else we got here going on. So the crews are almost getting ready. I think they got the canoe cleared. I think they're back on the start line. Not sure if it doesn't look like they may be participating in this event, so there may be a little bit of time gap while we wait for them, but I think we have most of the crews out there. Okay, looks like they were in this race and they had to get to shore and change their crew out. The boys 14. It's good to see the crews all working together, help each other out, because sometimes when you huli, it's it can be a little disappointing, to say the least. So when everyone pitches in to help out, gets the canoe back in racing shape, helps calm the nerves, gets the race back underway. So I think this is our last crew heading out to the line. They still got some water in their canoe. Crew that did huli is getting a good welcome from their club. Encourage them to shake it off and keep paddling. So we're waiting. Let's take a quick look at the tides, see where we are in the process. So yeah, we're probably getting close to peak current, maybe a little past peak current. And let's see if they've changed any of our weather forecasts for today. They're still expecting some moisture, but right now we've got sun and we're going to go with it. I think we're just about ready. We got one canoe lining up. We should be underway soon here. Let's go ahead and let's just switch to the drone. Got a nice view out there of the line. There we are looking in all the crews. Out there with Opua on the outside. And here we go. They're underway. You can see there on the inside, Kawaihae and ʻEhitu are really battling it out. So ʻEhitu has a slight lead over Kawaihae still, with Keaukaha trying to chase everybody down. And maybe Kamehameha on the far inside. It's kind of hard to tell from this lineup, but these crews are really competitive. They really are holding their own against each other. It's great. In fact, they are already past midpoint and getting closer to the finish line. Now let's see if we can capture them down there at the finish. It's definitely ʻEhitu there, I think Kawaihae, and then Keaukaha. That's my guess at the moment. See how the finishing looks. Yeah. Nice, boys. Keaukaha. Oh, yeah. They're fighting for it. Everybody's fighting for it. Look at this race. Look at that. That is awesome. Good job. All right, boys 14. That was a good race. Got some really competitive crews in that event. Let's just take a quick look back on that finish. There they are with our first place canoe. Yeah, I believe that was second, third, and fourth. Might have missed one of them there. But look at that. Wow. That is a tight finish. All right. So we're going to do mixed novice Bs now. After mixed novice Bs, then we switch to full half miles. So let's just take a look for some pre-results. I think we have oh, we're a little slow on results, but I do think we have men's novice B results. Put those up. Okay, let's see if we have any other results yet. No, still no other results. Remember, these are still somewhat preliminary, as there can be official protests and other things that can change. Let's take a look at our progress for today so far. So yeah, we're still waiting on results for events 14 and 15, and we're moving into event 16 now. Let's take a quick look at our division points, see where we are. ʻEhitu with 92, Waiākea 76, Puna 59. Over in Division AA. Top three still haven't shifted. There's a little bit wider gap, I believe. Yeah, not by much though. Still have quite a few races to go for a lot of these clubs. Hoemana, for example, still has 11 races remaining. So we're going to see these numbers shift around as the clubs continue to race, continue to put canoes out there, and hopefully they're making podiums. All right, so we're getting lined up here for the mixed novice B, and then we're going to be moving in our half-mile races, which have been 17 and 18. But let's take a look at our novice B crews. Right, our mixed novice Bs are lining up. I think we've got one crew heading out. Looks like KEAWE, and once they're out, I think. Oh no, we have one more. Keaukaha, they're on their way out. Mixed novice B. So a few more minutes. So let's just take a look at some of the paddlers' backgrounds. After we look at the standings here for the mixed novice B, let's just take a quick look, because novice Bs, as they get quicker and faster, these numbers shift around more. So you can see 1 and 2, Opua and ʻEhitu, only 1 point apart. And you got Keōua right there. They're a mere 2 points behind second. Kawaihae, Keaukaha, Puna, Waikoloa, Keauhou, and Kamehameha. Looks like we got a pretty good fleet out there today. So yeah, let's just throw up some backgrounds, because they're still lining up. While these paddlers have a short history, they've been making their mark. Lots of podium finishes, lots of quick times. That's great. I think we got our drone going. Let me just take a. Because these paddlers get lined up. And our drone is up, but we still got one more canoe. I think that's Keaukaha, and yeah, they're the last one to the line. Yeah, looks like everybody's out on the line. They're all ready to go. You can see from that drone shot on shore, looking out. Opua in the inside there. As you saw, this is going to be a exciting race between all these clubs as they get ready. I think we got everybody out there. Yeah, it's just a matter of start boat getting in position. I do see one canoe way on the outside. I'm not sure if they're in this race or not. But we are lined up, and I can tell they're anxious. Opua's poised and ready to go. Let's go. Let's get this race going. It's making me nervous watching this start line. Okay, and we are underway. Got our mixed novices. Look at them go. It's going to be an exciting race. They're working hard. We got a nice calm day on the bay. It's a good day to set records. Could even be a good day for an upset. Let's see how these crews do. You can see ʻEhitu there, lane 3, starting to squeeze ahead just a touch. Oh, we got some fast paddlers there. KEAWE right on their tail. Not far behind is Kaipua. And we got Puna. Don't count them out. ʻEhitu took a little bit of a wide turn there. Bled off a little bit of their speed, but they're coming back strong. They're fighting for that second place. Definitely solid first there from ʻEhitu. But KEAWE is really pushing. They've closed the gap a little bit on them. All they have is about another half canoe length, but I think we're hitting the finish line here. Yeah, that's going to be ʻEhitu. Wow, that was a great finish for our novices. I like that finish so much I want to see if I can play it again. Let's see what we got. There they are. 1, 2. Ooh, that is a tight finish. All right. That was exciting. Okay, well that was the end of our quarter-mile races. Now we're going to double our race times as we do 2 laps. And we move into the next event, which is going to be girls 15. That's event 17. But before we get there, I'm sure we have results. Got to have some results by now. Okay, so we got girls 14 results. I'm going to split those up, and then I'm going to put up results from boys 14 as well. We're still waiting on the Novice B results. All right, there's our girls 14 results with ʻEhitu, Opua, and Kawaihae. Not much time separating them. It's a good race. Let's check out the boys 14. So in their race, I think they had some tight results too. Okay, so we got our results there. You can see them starting to line up now. We're going to be starting on the other end. That's gonna be your camera view there on the right. It's the girls 15. I'm sorry. Yeah, girls 15. Girls 15 lining up here. Let's take a quick look at the undefeated crew here from KEAWE. Here they are, 6 wins. Good job, girls. So let's take a look at the standings on this one. So this race, you know, with an undefeated team, they've been battling hard with Kawaihae. And then Hui Waʻa and Puna have been fighting with KEAWE for that next spot. So we should see a good race here because, you know, both Puna and KEAWE have pukas for that third regatta. But they're still managing to pull off some good points. So their crews are doing well. Let's just throw up some backgrounds of some of the paddlers in this event. And they're still lining up. Alright, they're still lining up, they're still turning around in there. Let's just take a quick look here. Some of the other paddlers. And we'll throw up the crew spotlights for everyone. So these are the full crews together. Okay, I think we're getting close here. Our last canoe, I think, is lined up. Let's pan back, see if anybody else lined up. No, it looks like this is this. They're drawn out. Some of them are getting close to the line there. Just a light onshore breeze. Oh, and we're going. All right. Here we go. All right, so this is our first half mile, not including the Mokulis earlier in the day. All right, here they come. Halfway down the course already. Girls 15, moving well. Nice day for paddling. Fairly flat water, not a lot of wind. A little bit of onshore, but not bad. Keeping things cool. But here they are, they're approaching halfway already.
All right, they're coming out of the turns. They're really moving. Let's see if we can pull them up on the midfield camera here. So that looks like to me that's Puna. No. Sorry, that's probably KEAWE. It's hard for me to see these. We got a lot of glare at the moment in the booth. They're moving down the course here. It's looking like lane 3. I think it's Kawaihae. Yeah, Kawaihae in the lead there with KEAWE and likely Puna on the far inside. All right, here we come into the finish. That's Kawaihae there. Good job. About a canoe gap. KEAWE there. Another canoe gap, and that's Puna. All right, that completes the girls 15. Now we're on to the next event, which is going to be boys 15. That's event number 18. Let's see if we have some more results. We do have the mixed Novice B results. Let's take a quick look at those. This is the mixed Novice B. Some quick times there from KEAWE, 147. All right, good job all you paddlers. I expect to see you back here for Moku's and for next season. All right, let's see. I don't think we have any other results yet. So let's just take a quick look at our boys' crews coming up. I think we have another undefeated crew. Yeah, we do. This KEAWE's undefeated crew. Our boys 15 half mile. Had pretty solid crew. Most of the same guys in each time. They're doing great. I think if I remember right, the gap was pretty big. A 9-point gap there on Kawaihae. 10-point gap between Keaukaha and Kawaihae. But that third place, a bit of a battle there with Hui Waʻa. Paddlers at Laka also doing well.
Puna Canoe Club, Kamehameha, Nava'a, and Keauhou. So that's not going to be. I don't know. You look at that race and then I'm thinking Kawaihae's done well, so they might pull it off again. Second, third, and fourth are all kind of up for battling, and Keaukaha has had two pukas there and managed to get themselves into the third position. So that's some pretty strong paddling. So this could be an interesting race. There's no guarantees here. All right, so while the boys are getting set up there, let's just take a quick look where they are. So Hui Waʻa, ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, paddles Laka. Lane 5 is Puna, Kamehameha. Lane 7, Nava'a. Lane 8, Keaukaha. So I'm not quite sure how Keaukaha got that ranking and then ended up in lane 8, but maybe they know something about that outside lane. We've only got one canoe out there, so let's just take a look at some of the individuals' backgrounds in our boys 15 event. I think we're getting close to the start. I see one more canoe coming up, two more canoes coming up. Just about there. Okay, looks like we got all our crews up there. And we got our drone airborne as they go. All right. Boys 15 is underway. You can expect to see some exciting times out of these guys because their times are fast compared to the state. And there's a lot of competition. So here they come charging down the course. These paddlers doing great. They're just churning, pushing. Great unison too. Oh, these guys are looking all clean. Keaukaha on the outside, trying to catch those inside crews. Looks like they're doing well. They might actually make it to the turn first. I don't know if we can get that up or not. So here they come down course. Be a little hard to see from this angle. I think our drone's got it covered pretty well as these crews move in. As we come up on the flags, one inside turn. Looks like lane 2, lane 3. They were quite far enough out. Here comes Keaukaha on the outside. Look like they might be fourth to the turn. Oh, they had a quick turn though. They're already coming out. They got in and out faster than lane 1 there. They got 3 more turning. These are some great turns. These guys are doing really well. Alright, looks like we got Opua here in the foreground. These boys are quickly approaching the finish line. You see them move into the camera soon. Yep, there they are. Nice race. Put a large gap. Solid paddling from those crews. Alright, that's a good job for the boys 15. Then 19 is girls 16. This girls 16 race, it's another half mile. And we do have an undefeated team here for girls 16. So let's check out that team and then we'll check out some of the standings again. So what do we got here? We got Opua. Really solid crew there. Most of them paddling together for almost all 6 races. And let's see how the standings look for these guys. So yeah, that's a significant gap, 60-49. But look all the way down. You've got some competitive clubs in there. You've got clubs with pukas who are staying right up there with clubs that have done the full race series in this event. So you should expect good action from Opua, Kawaihae, Hui Waʻa, KEAWE, Hoemana, Kamehameha, Keaukaha. Those guys have all got a pretty tight gap with Puna, Novice, and ʻEhitu closing in. I mean, it's hard to tell because some of them have those pukas, so their overall scores may not reflect how fast their crews are able to push that canoe. Let's just check out what we got for lineups. You can see all the paddlers down on the beach today, enjoying this nice weather. It's a nice breeze coming in, and it's managing to keep most of the rain away and up in the mountains. Alright, looks like we do have some results. We have the girls' 15 results. They just published those. This is hot off the press here. Alright, Kawaihae. Large gap there. Good job to that crew. They've been working hard over there in Kawaihae. Now let's just take a look at the event progress so far. So now we're at girls 15. That's event 17. You can see we're starting to move along here. It's almost noon, close to lunchtime. So if you're hungry, get down here and support these clubs. Laka has Sweet Shack set up if you want some desserts, if you want some ono grinds for lunch. They also have a concession stand, and I believe there's several other vendors down here, so it's worth coming to check out and support the paddlers. Plus, you can sneak on the beach and cheer some of these crews on. And while we're waiting, let's just go ahead and run the thank you for the paddlers of Laka one more time. Alright, so we're back, just about ready to start here this next event, girls 16. We're starting to line up here. got 10 crews, so this might take a bit to get everybody out there. So in the meantime, let's just show a few backgrounds. We see if Kaipua can pull off another win, make it into the number 7 win for the season. You can see we still have a few more canoes moving in. I think we're getting closer. A few more out on the line. Our drone's underway there, and I think we have one more canoe that's turning around, getting lined up. So get ready for girls 16. There. Oh, and we're underway. All right. All right, we're going to see if Kaipua can pull off their 7th win. I know they got tough competition based on all those other paddlers being so close to each other in rankings. So far, all these crews look pretty evenly matched coming down here. Look at that lineup. Let's see what happens when we get to the corner. And there we have Kaipua around first, followed tightly by the lanes next to them. It looked to me like Kawaihae was right there with them in lane 3. All of these paddlers executed quick turns as they're approaching this mid-course point here. We have a pretty good lead there with Kaipua. Kawaihae looks like they're chasing them down, but they have about a canoe length, and then yet another canoe length is Hui Waʻa. Drone focuses on the inside lanes here. Kawaihae and Opua are battling it out there. That's Kawaihae right there. I believe they're tight second. Hui Waʻa on the inside was giving them a good run. Crews are just starting to approach the finish here. Here we go. It does look like Opua, unofficial. And that looks like Kawaihae. Pretty good separation between 1, 2, and 3 here. But I can see there's more canoes out there battling away. Here we come, Hui Waʻa. And some tight finishers out here too. Wow. Some serious battles here in the mid-feet. As well as the outside lanes. Look at those guys going. Nice work. Good job. Okay, that wraps up event 19. That was girls 16. Let's see what we have up next. Boys 16, half mile, and let's check our results. See what we have for results. We have boys 15 results are ready. So that's event 18 results. Let's take a quick look at those. ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, Keaukaha, and Puna. That's boys 15. Let's see. I don't think we have any other results ready. So our next event, boys 16. All right, so the event's moving on pretty well. We're event 20, and it's noon right now. Working all our way to 46 with 2 events that we don't run until the next race. So we're close to halfway at 22. Right, so for this event, we've got 8 clubs battling. Let's just take a look at the spotlights on each club. Also in this event, we have another undefeated crew, KEAWE. They've got 6 wins under their belt. Here's their crew today in the yellow. They're going to try to make this their 7th win. Let's check out their standings for this race and see what kind of battle we're in for. They got a 9-point jump on Kawaihae, and Keaukaha back there 6 points behind second. But Hui Waʻa has got them in their sights, only 2 points back. So we got some competitive clubs for this race. Let's see what kind of results we have for our previous race. I'm still waiting on the girls' results. Let's just see how people are doing in the chat. If you're out there, feel free to say hello. And while we're waiting, let's see what we've got. Let's run the medal tallies. We haven't done that one yet. Still waiting for our boys to show up. Let's just check out the medals. There we got KEAWE. You know, you don't get all those points without winning a few firsts. Kawaihae doing really well on collecting those hardware. Opua with 3 golds. Kawaihae is just gonna need a truck to haul all that metal away. Still waiting for our boys to line up out there. We're getting closer. The medals. Congratulations to all our teams out there, and congratulations to Laka for holding a successful regatta. We really appreciate it. Let's just run a few paddler backgrounds. They're still lining up. You can see on the drone, our drone's following one of the last crews out there. Still lining up and getting turned around. All right, looks like that's Keaukaha getting in position. Oh, we got one more crew out there. Looks like that's Puna getting into position. I think we're going to be underway soon. Look at all the crews out there on the line. Paddles up. Here we go. Boys 16 underway. They're going like lightning. Here we are looking from the outside. They are moving fast. They're already approaching the halfway point on the leg down. I think ʻEhitu, you know, in lane 2, I think they're really pushing to try to keep their gap and seal their 7th win. Yeah, they're coming up on the turn quickly. And you can see that ʻEhitu is still quite a big gap on everyone, at least the canoe length. They're coming in and approaching the turn here. These boys are working hard, bringing this canoe down. They're approaching the flag here, just off to your right. There, you can see 1 lane flag. They're moving in on their yellow. Here they come, slowing the canoe and spinning it. And they are already out. I think they're definitely the first canoe around. Keaukaha is coming in 2nd. They're coming in hot down there towards the end in the middle of the course. Hui Waʻa right here in front of us. A nice tight turn. A good job with that one. ʻEhitu, you know, they're really pushing there in lane 2, but Kawaihae is holding the lead a little bit there in lane 3, with Keaukaha hot on everyone's tail. Lane 4. It's going to be a battle all the way to the finish line. There's no question about it. This is going to be a hard sprint for these guys. So there's a serious battle for 2nd. As ʻEhitu has opened up a big gap. ʻEhitu's coming in already towards the finish. They're closing in on the flags. There's the finish. Yeah, that's definitely ʻEhitu. These are unofficial results, but that's a big gap. Unless they did something wrong. That's a solid first place. Got inside battling now. It looks like Keaukaha has managed to pull up some speed and squeeze past some of these other canoes. Yeah, it looks like Keaukaha there. Good job. That was a good race. You know, they battled the whole way down and all the way back. Kawaihae just had that rhythm, just kept the canoe moving. And they had a nice glide. They were hard to catch. But good job, boys. So it's boys 16. Now we're coming up on girls 18. That's going to be the next event. It's going to be event 21. Girls 18. As we wrap up this race for boys. Right. All right, that finishes up that race. So in this next event, we've got another undefeated crew. Kapua, but we'll check that out in a second because we have some more results. We have the girls 16 results. Those are ready. So that's event 19. Check out their results. right, so we got the results from the girls 16. I don't think we have anything else. So yeah, let's check out this undefeated crew. Opua, girls 18. So here's the 6 that are paddling today. 6 wins. Not an easy thing to do. So let's take a look at standings here. So we got Opua. Yeah, there's a 10-point gap there between ʻEhitu and Puna, who are tied with Kawaihae at 17 and Keaukaha at 12. But you can see this Keaukaha's got 2 gaps in there, and they've pulled off some good points. But it looks like, it looks like the top 3 is a battle between Opua, ʻEhitu, Puna, and Kawaihae. Kawaihae's got a few points to make to get to 3rd. And you got that tie between Puna and ʻEhitu is going to make this a fierce one. Let's see who is where. So we got Puna, Opua, ʻEhitu, Keaukaha, Kawaihae, Keauhou, and Kailana. All right, Kailana. Kailana lane 7. So while we are waiting, let's just check out some of the paddler background. Maybe we'll pull up a couple Kailana crew members just by random. How's it going? Yeah, drone's really smooth. It's nice. Yeah. It's working really well. I do need to take a break at some point, though. I don't know if there's anybody around to... Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom. I gotta grab my lunch.
Okay, back after the lunch break. Let's get set up for these next events. Let's see what kind of results we have. So we have results now for boys 18. So that's event 22. Halfway through our today's events. So here's boys 18 results. Okay, so our next event is event 24. It's Novice A's. So these are our second and third year paddlers who have returned to race some more. Let's get some information up here about where we are so far in the event. With race 24. We're past the halfway point. Let's take a look at our division points. Well, they're all lining up. KEAWE still holding on to their lead. The other divisions are really kind of scrapping still. Not too many points separating in Division AA. Same with Division A, with Hoemana still having 8 more events coming up. So Hoemana might climb up that leaderboard. Okay, so for this event, Women's Novice A, let's take a look at the crews. Okay, so that's our crews. Let's put up the tickers here, and let's just take a look at the standings for this event. Hui Waʻa, Keauhou, ʻEhitu, all within a few points of each other in this event. So you can guarantee this is going to be an exciting one. Kawaihae, Opua, Puna, also scrapping. We should see some pretty good action in this race. Let's just throw up some paddlers' backgrounds while we're waiting. Looks like we got a last crew, Kaupua, pulling up to the line. We should get this race underway quick. Still watching that start boat. Okay, there we go. We've got one more crew coming in on the outside. That's why we're not seeing any action on the start boat. One last crew, Keauhou, lining up on the far outside. We should be ready to race. Yeah, it's paddles up. Let's go. All right, there they go, charging down the course. Right, we're coming hot in the corner. KEAWE maybe just a slight bit ahead. There in lane 2 with Hui Waʻa neck and neck. As we swing around, you'll probably see KEOUA right on their tail. There's maybe even in the lead as we pull up. Yeah, it looks like KEOUA is just probably slightly ahead, or if not tied. But Hui Waʻa, they had a fantastic turn. High speed, gave themselves a half a canoe length ahead. It's going to be a great race. We'll see how this works out for these Novice A women as they approach the finish. They're quickly approaching the finish line here, and it's like a three-way tie. I think we're gonna need the replay for this one. This is gonna be a wild ride. It should be moving on screen for the finish camera. Here they come. These are women Novice A approaching the finish here. And it's a tight race between 3 canoes. They should be there any second, trust me. Don't blink, you don't want to miss this. I can hear the screaming from here. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. That looks like Hui Waʻa. Good job. All right. That was an exciting race. A little bit of a turnover. All right, that was an exciting race. A little bit of a turnover at the Hui Waʻa pulling off a first, it looks like, on the inside lane. Followed by ʻEhitu and Keauhou, I believe. That's all unofficial. But let's return to our results that have been published and see what we get. See what we have for results so far. Looks like we have mix 18. Those results are ready. So now we've finished women's Novice A. Let's check out the boys and girls 18 race. Alright, so our next event after women's Novice A is men's Novice A. So, men's Novice A, these crews are getting faster and faster. Pretty soon we're going to be in the open divisions. Men's Novice A, event 25. And we do have an undefeated team here from our men's Novice A crew, KEAWE. They do have a new paddler subbing in for the first time today. So let's see if they can hold on to their undefeated slot, even though they have a new paddler. We'll pull up the rankings and see how things are going for this race, because they're holding a 7-point lead over ʻEhitu. There's a fairly big gap to Waikoloa and Hui Waʻa. So it looks like it's going to be a solid race between KEAWE and ʻEhitu based on past races. We'll have to see how this turns out. Sometimes there can be upsets. Now let's take a quick look at where they are, because we have a lot of crews in this race. Got 9 teams. Waikoloa lane 1, KEAWE, who's been undefeated so far, is in lane 2. We got ʻEhitu, lane 3, Hui Waʻa, Kawaihae, Puna, Hoemana, Keaukaha, and Kamehameha. Alright. Good to see Kamehameha out there too. Let's just take a quick look at our crews, because we got time as they're all lining up. You can see the full roster for each lane. Okay, these guys are all still lining up, so let's throw up some backgrounds. Some of these Novice A paddlers are third year. This is going to be their last Novice A season. They either have to move open or do a H division. Some are first year Novice A's or second season paddling. I'm not quite sure how you squeeze in 4 seasons and still be Novice A, but sometimes if you only do one race, I don't know if that counts towards your status. But you can see we got the novices are really rushing the line already. They're ready to go, but they're going to have a little bit of a wait while we still got more canoes coming out. Yeah, sometimes you got to throw your Novice B's into your Novice A's too. And sometimes you have to throw your novices just into the open. Sometimes it's hard to get 6 new paddlers for each crew every season who can still dedicate the time to train and come to the regattas together. But these are important events. All these novice events are part of the lifeblood of paddling. You know, if we didn't have our brave new paddlers out there every season, we would be a shrinking sport. So, you know, it's great to see novices out there, even if they are pushing past the line a little bit. I'm sure they'll get it figured out. All these guys continue paddling in their respective divisions, whether it's open or age division. They're getting closer. I think we're getting close. I think this might be everybody. Oh, we got one more on the outside, it looks like, coming in. 2 more. So Keaukaha is moving in, and oh, that's a warm-up crew out there. They are not in a koa. It does look like we have 1 lane gap still, but could be a scratch, but I think we're getting ready to go. Oh yeah, it's paddles up, and they are off. The novices are looking good. What a difference a year or 2 can make, especially at the end of the season. They're looking good. Let's take a look from the drone. So we got here in the foregrounds Keaukaha, Hoemana, then Puna. Keaukaha's doing well. Their Novice A's are really moving. Sometimes in Novice A, just hitting that turn can be a critical changer for your race. So let's see if we can bring that up. And get a look here. At our turn. I think the drone's doing a better job covering it. They're right on the inside. As they're approaching this turn. I'm gonna rotate around with them. ʻEhitu right there. Just skimming past that flag. Nicely done. Waikoloa here on the inside, Keauhou battling out. It looks like the outside's turning a little slow. They got some gap to make up. Looks like Hui Waʻa maybe in 4th, but you know those outside boats are pushing them.
And it's definitely going to be a battle here for first between these two clubs. ʻEhitu, Hui Waʻa. KEAWE. KEAWE here's in the foreground. ʻEhitu right there. KEAWE and ʻEhitu just battling it stroke for stroke. Let's see if we can bring up the finish cam and how close they are. It's not quite halfway mid-course yet. They still have a bit to go, but the crowd is on their feet here. This battle between KEAWE and ʻEhitu. There's a lot of screaming. All right, let's see if we can pin them on the finish line. Here they come. They're coming into view. Looks like KEAWE, they hold on to their undefeated title with Kawaihae giving them a hard press, maybe a quarter of a canoe length behind. And outside, looks like we have Keaukaha really battling against Kamehameha. Kamehameha pulled that one off. Oh, on the inside, just squeaked past Keaukaha. That's Waikoloa, and then Keaukaha, it looks like. But these are not official results. All right, that's Miss Novice B. That was a fast race. Okay, I'm sure we have some more results here. Let's see what we got here. So after men's Novice A, so we had women's Novice A results. The results are keeping up pretty quickly with our current events. So here's women's Novice A results. Look how close those top three times are. Nice job, ladies. So let's see what else we have up here for our event progress. So we're moving along. All right, we're moving into the women's freshman event 26. It's an open event. And we got those results. We don't quite have the other results from women's Novice A yet. But let's go ahead and take a look at women's freshman race. So in the women's freshmen's race, you can see we're starting to move into our open divisions. We don't have any undefeated in this race, but I know that we've had some excitement from the last few regattas. And you can tell by just looking at the standings. You got 4 clubs right in the 30s, just a few points apart, with Puna and KEAWE tied on first. So you can expect some action from these guys. It's been a battle all season for these two clubs, as well as the two behind them. They have been pretty close. Let's just take a quick look at the crew spotlights while we wait for the crews to get set up on the line. As you can tell, most of the quicker crews are picking the inside lanes. Whoever wins the previous regatta's race gets first pick on down. So that's kind of how the priority is weighted. Clubs will set their preferences for which lane they want, and depending on where they are in the pick, that's the lane that they can get. So the faster you finish, the better lanes you get to choose. And there's probably a little bit of superstition in which lanes, but we do have a lot of current running today with a large tide. We still don't have anybody out on the line yet. So let's go ahead and just take a look again at any kind of weather update, because it's been sunny the whole time for about at least an hour, and we're still showing rain. So I don't believe it. Let's see how we're doing on the tides. I think 2 o'clock is the peak, so we're probably starting to see less currents now, with it being about 1 o'clock. It's getting close to slack tide. So that'll make less of an impact, and maybe it'll help equalize some of the lanes some. We still have a bit of an onshore breeze out there. Let's take a quick look at our medal tallies. Kawaihae picking up some more hardware, as well as ʻEhitu, 21 podium finishes. Opua putting some more gold. These guys there are bringing home the hardware today. Looks like our boat holders are having to restrain the crews from crossing the line. I'm guessing there might be a little outflow current from the river now that it's gone slack. Let's go ahead and run through the division points too, see how they're going. Alright, let's throw up some of our event trivia while we're waiting still. We are getting closer, but we still got more canoes to line up. So this is sort of today's race by the numbers. 341 crews, 1,266 paddlers. So if you're thinking there's a large crowd on the beach, you're right, because that's all their family and friends and everybody who stops by to help support paddlers of Laka, as well as their own clubs. And so today our fastest quarter mile was our Novice B guys, which I think we saw that they had set a state record for this season. Our youngest paddler, age 7, and then our sometimes we put our youth in some of the adult divisions so that we can fill out a canoe. So we do have a 14-year-old in one of the races, men's Novice B, just to help fill out the canoe so they can race, with Kingston Silva sitting in to help his crew. And then Guy Davis, age 81, he's going to be paddling in the 60s division because he's such a hammer. Let's see how we're doing on the lineup. Oh, and we're ready, and they are off. All right. So here we go. Women's Freshmen. These ladies are quick on the water, so
I gotta chase them with my camera, and I gotta get the drone going because they're just too quick. Looks like they're even too quick for the drone. Well, here we go. So far, it looks like these crews are fairly well matched. A little bit of gaps starting to form. Looks like Kamehameha and Waikoloa on the outside are really pushing, trying to keep up with the canoes on the inside. And it looks like from this perspective, they're going to have a hard time beating them to the corner. Looks like KEAWE is slightly in the lead there on the inside. Let's cruise over and take a closer look. Starting to approach the turn here. Yep, you can see they're the first to turn here. Yeah, so KEAWE first to turn, but they're quickly being chased by Puna and Opua. There's Puna there on the inside, Opua lane 2 right there in the middle of the screen. In fact, it may be that Opua pulled up a little bit ahead after that turn. But Kawaihae on the far outside is definitely giving a chase. Let's see what happens on this final leg as they sprint back to the finish line. Yeah, they're quickly moving down the course. Less than a quarter of the course left to go as they're going to start moving into view here towards the finish line. We're looking at here at some of the outside boats. It's Keaukaha, ʻEhitu. But behind them, I believe KEAWE and Opua were battling it out. And I can hear the crowd screaming. Let's see if we can get a view back towards the whole fleet as we start to approach the finish line here. And here they come in. Oh yeah, it's a tight one. Look at that. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Well done. Nice racing. Yeah, so this is our open women. Hammers every one of them. Look at them go. Great job. Make it look easy. But it is not. And let's see, as we're moving through these, we're going to be up with the men's freshmen next. We have men's Novice A results ready. Let's take a quick look at those. So men's Novice A results. As you can see, that was a tight race. All those positions are just split seconds apart. And I want to go back to this race we just had with the women's freshman, because I do have a replay of that finish, because I'm curious to see how this finish line shot worked out, because it was tight here towards the end as these inside canoes come in. And here they come. Here's your 1 and 2. Let's see if we can take a quick look here. Wow, look how close that is. That is just amazing. All right, that was quite a race. Fortunately, I'm not official, so I don't have to make any official results. And that's all unofficial, and I don't have any responsibilities to who's going to be upset and who isn't. So while we're here, let's get set up for the next race. The next race is going to be the men's freshman. And then we've got a lot of excitement here by the studio. Well, let's just take a look at our crews who are going to be out there for this race, men's freshman. This is going to be an exciting race. Okay, men's freshman, this is always an exciting race. We got some heavy hitters out there in the fleet. If you saw those names, you'll know. Let's put up the ranks so far. The first 6 regattas coming into this regatta. As you can see, we got some tight points. ʻEhitu, Keaukaha, 5 points apart, tied with KEAWE. Puna, just a few points behind them, 5 as well. So we've got a lot of action. This is going to be a fast race, and we're going to see some furious paddling. Let's just throw up some background while we're waiting, because there's always some interesting things to see with some of these paddlers. Wide variety of experience in the open divisions. And we'll just cycle through a few of these while they get lined up. We've got 2 or 3 more canoes still heading up.
All right, just one or two more canoes lining up. You saw them go by. They're circling back around, coming into the fleet. Should be getting this race underway soon. Okay, let's paddles up. Get ready for some furious racing. All right, look at these guys go. All right, we're live on the drone here as we see these crews battling it out. Very tightly matched. As you saw from those standings, most of these crews are pretty close to each other in terms of speed. Let's just hope this drone gives us some space. Keaukaha there on the inside. This is Kawaihae. Inside of Kawaihae is ʻEhitu right here. Lane 2 there, KEAWE, and lane 1 over there on the far side, that's Puna. ʻEhitu is really trying to catch KEAWE. I think KEAWE is first here into the turn. With both Puna and ʻEhitu hot on their tail. Now they're trying to dig themselves back out and get their speed up again and get the glide going. There's a little bit of swell running. If they get lucky, they can get a little push around that corner and come back out. Now Puna's doing well. I think they gained a little time on that corner. I think that helped push them up next to them. Now let's see if they can hold it during the sprint. Maybe they can catch these other two boats, KEAWE and ʻEhitu. ʻEhitu kind of looking like they're a little bit ahead of everybody. Yeah, I would say they are, with KEAWE right here at the bottom of your screen, slowly pushing their way forward. But they are neck and neck at the moment. We're definitely going to have to watch this one on the replay too, I think. These guys are really tight. They're really moving. You know, this is Keaukaha here, closer to the outside. And I believe the other canoe over there, I think that's Keauhou. And we are coming up on the finish. Ah, there we go. That was quite the finish. Let's take a quick look at that. That was a pretty tight finish for everyone. But we can
looking back on the replay. ʻEhitu, KEAWE, and outside there is that Kawaihae, maybe even further. Wow, that was a great finish. Let's just run it one more time. So here they come in. Got our 1, our 2, and our 3 right there. Followed by like Puna, and that is a tight finish. You can see number 1 there looking over, trying to decide. Followed up by Keaukaha. Wow, great race. Okay, so our next race is going to be the women's sophomore. We're still in the half miles. We'll be in the half miles until we get to the juniors. But I'm sure we have some more race results. Yeah, we have women's freshman results. You know, and let's take a quick look at those, because that was a fast race. See what kind of times we ended up with. I was some tight placing between all these crews here, half second apart, a couple seconds. So 4:15.28. I don't think that's gonna break any state results yet, but let's just do a quick check, because just watching it felt fast. But yeah, we're still half a second off number 1. But that was a fast race. Congratulations, girls. So now we're getting switched to the next race, our women's sophomore. Let's take a look at the crew spotlights. So we might have a scratch there with Hoemana. But that's our cruise. Let's take a look at some backgrounds while we're waiting. Again, just like with the freshman race, this is an open division. You get a variety of paddlers. Still waiting on the men's freshman results. No signs of that being published quite yet. You see our women's crews lining up here. A little bit of swell starting to build. You can see it out there coming over the wall occasionally. But the visibility is really cleared up because a lot of humidity has dried out. Even though there's some big clouds in the distance, it might save us a few hours of dry weather. Which is great for you guys because we can still fly drones. We get those nice aerial shots. You can see all the paddlers up close. Let's just take a look, see how many crews are still
still making their way out. Several crews. So let's just run through the medal tallies here. Some people might have to bring extra vehicle to bring all this hardware back. 22 medals for KEAWE. Good job. It's race event 26. We got 9 crews out there. So far, all these inside crews fighting for every inch here. This angle sort of puts Keaukaha at the bottom of your screen a little bit in the lead over Puna, which is the second canoe in there. But it can be hard to tell at these angles. Let me see if we can clarify it on the turn camera. We got some looming weather out there coming our way. I think we'll be able to get some good shots here of the turn from all these crews to do a split view. Starting to move into the corners here. The lane 1 and 2. Making their turns. Looks like lane 2 and lane 1. Maybe lane 4 there. Puna. Coming out pretty quick out of that turn. Get a better idea as they move closer to our line of sight. But it does look like Puna gained some ground on that turn. Starting to move parallel with us. You can see Waikoloa there on the inside along with KEAWE starting to lead and break away. These Puna and KEAWE battling there a little bit on the outside. Trying to catch these other two. We're still leading. Towards the finish.
crowd's getting pretty excited down there. I can hear them screaming from here, and I'm all the way at the other end of the race course. So we're going to have to throw up that finish camera in order to get a good shot of what's happening down there as these crews come battling in. Wow, look how tight they all are. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the inside. Let's see how they end up on here on the finish as they move into view. Wow, look at this. That's a tight pack. Wow, good job. That was... I believe that was ʻEhitu and Waikoloa and KEAWE, but you know, that's not official. And I probably got it wrong. So don't trust me. Let's see what the instant replay has to say. You can judge for yourself. You can see for yourself how tight this was. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Wow, that's impressive paddling. Wish I was out there instead of sitting here with you watching it on TV. But on the plus side, that looks like a huge squall that's coming. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Electronics and rain don't mix well, so that's always a challenge down here trying to film in Hilo Bay. But that was an awesome race. We got a good slow motion finish there too for women's sophomore. We're going to move into the men's sophomore next. But I think we probably have some results. Let's check out the men's freshman results because there was some close racing there too. And we do have those results ready. And I don't want that. I want the overlay. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So yeah, it was a pretty tight race. You know, I'm not quite sure how they can time those so precisely when they seem to all be finishing really close to each other. In fact, we can go back and take a quick look at that replay ourselves. I believe this is it. This is the men's race here. Yeah, that was tight. Second, third tight, third, fourth tight. Wow, look at that. Fifth. Let's see. I just want to play that but one more time. Sorry, I'm going to advance it a little so that we can, I'm curious about that. Place back here. Let's see if we can. Look how close that is to these guys. Amazing. You know, it is. It's really tough to see the exact line where we are, but those are some close timing. All right. I just want to say congratulations to you guys. That was the men's review, but we did just finish the women's sophomore, and we are moving on to the men's sophomore. That's event 29. So event 29 here on our schedule, and we have the mile races coming up next after this one.
So let's take a quick look at who's out there for this one. So this crew is undefeated, and we'll take a closer look at them in a minute, as well as the standings. Let's just take a look at who is out here paddling today for each club. Okay, like I said, there's an undefeated crew out here, Keauhou, and take a quick look here who's paddling. We got 2 new paddlers in for this crew, so let's see if they can stay undefeated. They've had 2 wins out of 6 regattas, so they haven't been able to compete in all of the races, and so we do have some big names in there paddling today. Let's see if they can hold on to their streak. Let's just take a look at the overall results. So yeah, you can see they have a number of pukas, like 4 regattas down there. They're number 6 for the rankings. So let's see what happens. Could be an interesting, could be upset. Let's see. These crews are all really close together, 43, 35, 28, 22, 22. So we're going to see some action out of all these crews. Especially these guys with pukas who are managing to come on strong. We're going to see what they're going to put together today. Let's just take a quick look at the backgrounds while we're waiting for them to get lined up. We'll just roll through some of these. Okay, I think we're getting close here. I think that's everybody. Yeah, I think that's everybody. I think we're getting ready to roll. Our drone is underway, so let's get the drone into the picture. Okay, we do have one more crew sneaking in there into lane 3. That's Keaukaha. It's going to be a quick start for them. When you're the last one of the line, you're often scrambling to get your stuff together, get everybody lined up on the same page. Not much time to breathe. But these guys are pros. They already got their paddles up here. A little bit of a head start for everybody given by Keaukaha. Let's see if they can recover that quarter canoe length from the beginning. We do have some pretty competitive crews here. As you can see here, they are side by side. KEAWE is really trying to dig in here at the bottom of the screen. It does look like Keaukaha has managed to make up a little bit of that start deficit that they had. Everybody's sprinting down towards the flags. So all these crews are coming down. You can see on this drone shot how close they are together. It looks like ʻEhitu on the inside does have a bit of an advantage. Yeah, you can see them here. Keaukaha. Oh, we're seeing them finish on the outside first. Wow, look at that. So that was worth saving here if we can save that replay for everybody. I was caught off guard from the drone angle, so I don't think I missed anything. As this last canoe finishes, we'll go ahead and go with our replays here. Let's see if we can bring that up. I think I missed part of that. Well, sure enough. Looks like Kawaihae there with Keaukaha. And then who do we have here? Opua, it looks like. Yeah, I think that was Opua. And then right here on the inside, that's ʻEhitu. So that's just a guess. You know, I'm not gonna go out on a limb and try to claim anything, but that was a fun race. Now we're coming up on the 1 mile race. So we got women's sophomore coming up. These crews are all getting set up again for the next race. Now we just finished men's sophomore. Should be coming up on women's junior, which will be event 30. It's 1 mile. It does look like the last race, undefeated status for Keauhou was hard to hold on to. I mean, they'd only had 2 of the 6 regattas they'd entered, but they'd won them, so congratulations to them. That's an achievement. Jump in mid-season and start winning. That's tough. Tough spot to hold on to too, especially if you're switching crew around. But let's see. I think we might have some more results. No, not quite yet. So let's take a look at this event where we are. Women's junior, and then we're going to start age divisions soon. Starting with the 40s. Let's just see who's up for women's junior. All right, we got 6 crews, and let's just take a quick look at the standings for this event. This event, Opua and Puna look like they have a battle on their hands. And let's just run through the crews. Who's in which lane? It looks like we have a couple crew gaps, so let's just try resetting. See if we can get the system to talk to us and give us some real names instead of empty placeholders. And it is possible there were scratches, but let's find out. Okay, well, I'm not quite sure what's going on with those lanes. We didn't get crews in for them, but it could just be that they've scratched, or they've some kind of issue with the system. At any rate, let's just put up some paddler backgrounds as we wait for everyone to get lined up and start our 1 mile race. So that's 4 laps and 3 turns. It's a combination of sprint and endurance. Starting to get a little wind pick up out here. I think that's just a squall passing out there. It's brought a little wind. It looks like the rain might go around us again. Canoes out there, and we could have some scratches, so let's just let's go back and take a look on our cameras. We've got our drone up. Let's just go ahead and jump to those views so we can see. I think there, oh, we do have one more canoe coming in. Alright, so once that canoe's in, we should be ready. Couple crews are ready to race already. Backing up behind the line. We got you can see the wind is picked up. It's more of a trade wind direction. So they're going to have a downwind push and an upwind paddle back. And there we go. Paddles are up. And they are underway. Foreground. One of these races, sometimes it's tough to know how hard to go in the start. Sometimes you go all out and then try to recover. Sometimes you hold back a little bit. It all depends on the crew, the fitness, the strategy, how it works when you paddle together. But this is a great race. It's a good experience for everyone. I mean, we should have more than just these canoes out here. I'd like to see more crews doing this race. And you may not feel competitive doing it, but it's always a good experience. This drone is getting a little close. A little too close for comfort. The last thing we want is a mid-air collision out there. Okay, this is a junior race, so it's a mile. So this is just their first turn out of 3. As they're approaching the flags downfield, you can see them. They're getting this wind push, and a little bit of chop, which, you know, they may not like in a few minutes when they're turning around and coming back the other way. Okay, we're going to get a good view of this corner of Waikoloa. So Waikoloa comes rounding. You can look up the field and you can see that they're on target with the other canoes on the inside, which is a great result. Here we have Keaukaha on their turn, chasing down Puna and Opua on the inside. But this is a long race. There's going to be a bit of an uphill battle coming out of that corner. It can be hard to dig yourself out of that and get the canoe going again. Okay, we're here approaching the second turn. This is Puna right here coming into their green flag. On the inside of them is Opua. They're on that yellow flag there. And that looks like they're going to hit that flag to me. Nope, they're on the outside. They did a good job. It was just the angle. Puna beating them around the corner. This Opua is struggling to turn. And everybody's trying to accelerate. Getting a little bit of push from that wind. Both these crews just battling it out stroke for stroke right down the line here for which I think is about second or third place. It's kind of hard to tell without seeing the whole field at the moment, but these are some of the leaders right now. All right, that's the 1 mile race. Keaukaha is finishing up the rounds here on their last upwind leg, but looks like the wind is kind of dying down a little bit. It was just a short time squall that was outside the wall a little ways. No rain here, just a little bit of breeze. So they'll be finishing up, and then we'll be on to the men's junior, the last mile race for today, and then we're back to the half miles. So here they come, finishing, and that will wrap up that race. So let's see if we have any results. I think we should have some from the yeah, we should have some from the men's sophomore. Yep, those results are ready. Let's put those up on the screen. So these are the men's sophomore. That was a fast race for our men's sophomore. Let's see how that compares to the state times. Let's just take a quick look at the results comparison. So these are results from all the associations around the state. Oh, that's right. They don't match up with state results on some of these open races, so they're hard to compare. They don't all the clubs don't do the 1 mile race until they get to the end of the season. So sometimes we don't have some events with results recorded. But we will be getting ready for our next one. This is going to be another 1 mile for the men. And let's just see if we have any other results of the women's results. They are not ready. So let's take a look at our men's race. This is men's junior. It's event 31. And today we have how many crews? 4 crews in this race. Puna, Keaukaha, ʻEhitu, and Kamehameha. I think these are the same guys that have been fighting it out this whole time in this event. Let's take a quick look at the paddlers' standings for this event. ʻEhitu, Keaukaha, Puna, yeah, Kamehameha. So those are the solid ones. We have some clubs jump in and out, some pukas in their record, but this should be an exciting race because look at these points. They're only a couple points, 3 points apart, and some. So this is going to be another battle like the previous race. Let's see what happens. Let's put the crew spotlights to see who is in which lane while we're waiting for them. Okay, men junior, they're getting lined up, getting caught up on their breath. While they're getting lined up, let's just take a look at some of the backgrounds of some of our paddlers in this event. we still don't have anybody up on the line yet, so let's just, oh, here we go, a couple sneaking in. Okay, here we go. So we got 3 or 4 up on the line. Just need one more canoe, and we'll be ready to get this race started. Remember, this is 1 mile, so there's 4 laps and 3 turns. And we have our drone underway. All right, here we go. We're going to get these men underway on their 1 mile race. This is all of them lined up. Puna, Keaukaha, ʻEhitu, Kamehameha. Paddles up. All right, here we go. You can see the power of these guys paddling. They're really churning the water as they go. The canoe's surging forward. This is going to be a tight battle. You can tell by the points that all 3 of these clubs have been battling all season in this race. And Kamehameha as well. Here they come. Kamehameha, they're just all right in the mix. These guys are really hammering. All right, a lot of these guys are looking for that psychological win of getting around the buoy first, but these guys are so fast. Almost all of them are turning at the same time. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now they got to dig themselves out. Do it all over again. Look at that timing. It's like synchronized paddling out there. Right, that's Puna. They're moving good. They're coming in on their next turn. You can see they're starting to target that red flag right along with everybody else. I think we might see another synchronized turn here. We got to keep turning our viewpoint as we get close to this flag. You'll get a better idea. But it does look like Puna is definitely in first on this one. Followed by ʻEhitu and then Keaukaha. Yep, Keaukaha third there. It's ʻEhitu and Kamehameha with Keaukaha pulling up the lead, the back. Okay, so this is the second half of the race now. This is where teams really start to think about when they need to turn it on and if they still have gas in the tank. But all these crews are so close together, it's really hard to call. A lot of these guys have a lot of reserve power and can really bring the speed up when they need to. This is a great shot. You can really see the power of these paddlers. They all work in unison. They're coming into their final turn here. Puna's definitely got a good jump with ʻEhitu, Kamehameha, and Keaukaha. Okay, here we go. Last leg. Everybody's going to be pushing now. You can see on the inside how quickly they've brought their pace up. And you can see Keaukaha bringing it up too. They're working hard. You can see the stroke rate coming up. Puna has a pretty good lead over ʻEhitu, but ʻEhitu is also churning hard, and I believe ʻEhitu is starting to gain on Puna. Just from this viewpoint, it does look like it's a little sticky out there. Even though the current should be pretty low, it is starting to ebb some. And we've been having a lot of rain, so that could be reinforcing the river flow along with the ebb. So there could be some current issues developing out there for some of these crews. So here we go, we're coming up on the finish. You've seen these crews move into view. And there we go, there's Puna. Good job. ʻEhitu. And now it's a battle for third. And it looks like Kamehameha. Yes, it's Kamehameha and Keaukaha. Good racing, guys. I know that's a tough race. Okay, so I think we have some more results here. We have the women's juniors results. So that was event 30. So let's take a look at the women's junior race. Good job to Puna. Put a good gap on everybody. And so that was women's junior, and we just finished men's junior. And the next event up, this is going to be our women's 40. So women's 40 race is up next. Let's take a quick look at our progress here as we're moving along. So we don't do events 31, 32, so we're jumping, 32 and 33, we're jumping into event 34, which is back to the half miles. So women's 40. Let's give them some time to get lined up. While they're getting lined up, let's take a look at the points summary overall for all the clubs. ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, Puna, KEAWE, Kaipua, Keaukaha, Hui Waʻa, Kamehameha, Keauhou, Waikoloa, Nava'a, Laka, Hoemana, and Kailana. It looks like our Division A guys are really having a battle down there. Let's take a quick look at our division lineups. Yeah, and it is tight on both Division AA and Division A. That's definitely still open for contention. I would say AAA ʻEhitu has probably got that locked up. Kawaihae has a pretty good gap too. Okay, now we're moving into the women's 40. We're at 2:30 here today, and so we got about 10 more events, 12 more events. And let's see what we have for standings in this particular event. Yeah, so you can see this is going to be another battle event where the top 4 teams are really close to each other. And then, even with a Puka for Kaipua's first regatta, they're up there at 34, tied for 3rd. So we're going to see some more action out of these crews as the women get ready and get lined up out there. Well, let's just look at some of the background of some of the paddlers here. Looks like we still have one more crew to get out there.
unless there was a scratch. Let's take a quick look, see. Oh, yeah, here they come. Okay, we're going to be underway soon. So KEAWE just got to get in there and get turned around. We'll be underway here for the women's 40 race. This group's always super competitive. And you can see by the rankings that they're all well-matched crews. Okay, they're getting lined up, and I think we're going to get our drone out there to get an aerial view. And they're underway. All right, our women's 40. We're back to half miles, so just one turn for them and back. They are off to a fast start out there. And let's switch to our drone and get a close-up look of the whole fleet. This is another race where they look pretty well matched. All these crews are paddling. They're all paddling pretty similar, pretty fast, and you know there's only small gaps opening up here, and depending on how the corner goes, those small gaps could be wiped out or increased. But we got Puna here on the inside, trying to gain traction against those other crews out there. Keōua and Kapua and Kawaihae looks like to be leading there in lane 4. Let's see how it looks coming into the turn. Now they are coming in hot. 3 turning together. Lane 1, 2, and 4 with lane 3. Kapua right behind them all. Canoes further out, just finishing the turn here. The Kamehameha, the last one out of this one. But don't count them out. They can sprint, and they might have a little bit of advantage on the outside. There's Kamehameha, Keaukaha there. Probably next to Hui Waʻa. We still have our inside boats. Yes, our inside canoes there are doing well. I think they're still gaining on the outside. Let's see if we can, there we go. We got a little bit bigger view. You can see the inside canoes are still moving quickly. We're definitely going to need the help of the finish cam on some of these. It looks like a 4 canoe race for second place. Maybe 5. A 5-way race for second place. With Kawaihae, looks like they're leading the way. We're going to
to switch. We're looking from the inside here. So we will see, I believe, Kawaihae in lane 4 approaching the screen shortly. And here they come. Good job, Kawaihae. Nice finishing there. Wow, it was really tight. All right, well, I don't know. Let's see if we can pull that up on the replay and get any insight on that. Definitely second. Yeah, good. Third. Now here's the tricky one. Yeah, okay. You can see pretty easily where everybody ended up when you put it in slow motion like this. You know, but I'm not going to call these out. Everybody can see them for themselves, and you know, they'll put them up on the official results soon. And speaking of results, I think we have men's junior results from those 4 canoes. I don't think there was much controversy with that race. The gaps were pretty visible. With them being about a second or two apart. It was a good race with some really strong paddlers. So congratulations to those crews. Just doing that race and achieving such quick times like that is very impressive. In fact, let's just run them against the state times. I don't think this will work, but we'll just check, because I don't think many of the other associations do this event statewide, and no, there aren't any state results for this race yet. But that was women's 40, so naturally we're going to run with the men next. So we've got men's 40s coming up. I believe that's event 35. And while we got you here, I want to remind you that this is Laka's Regatta, and they have been hosting everyone today. And I want to just put up a little quick thank you for them. It's a compilation that KEAWE has put together for us. All right. Thanks again, Paddlers of Laka, for hosting the regatta. And if you're out and about, stop by, cheer teams on, stop by their booths, showing some support. So we're off to event 35. This is the men's 40. While we wait for these guys to get lined up, let's take a look at our crews that are out there today. All right, so yeah, this is another really competitive again. So let's take a look at the standings. No undefeated crews, but I know that they have been battling all season, and you can see by this point gap that it is pretty tight. So we've got ʻEhitu with the 4-point lead, Keaukaha with the 3-point lead over Puna, KEOUA, Kamehameha, and Miloliʻi. We haven't seen Miloliʻi come back since the first regatta, but we understand that's a long drive. I wish we could see you guys out here more. Let's go ahead and put up the paddler background a little bit while we wait for this crew to get started. All right, we're getting a little rain in here, so I had to take a moment to cover some things up. But we are back. We're still getting lined up here, so a few more minutes. We'll just roll some paddlers, backgrounds while we wait. All right, here we go. We got our 40s man coming into the corner. There we go. It's a tight spin. 1, 2, 3. So Keaukaha might have got a little edge on that one. ʻEhitu was fast too. Certainly Puna was no slackers on that corner. It was just really tight, hard to tell. I mean, it was like right neck and neck with each other. But there's going to be quite a battle coming down here. I think it's like it looks like a three-way tie from what I can tell at the moment. As they're sprinting back, you're going to have to pull up the finish camera in order to get a good look at this. They are sprinting down hard. And they are just neck and neck. Our drone is chasing them the whole way. Puna on the inside, starting to make a move. Coming up a little tighter on Keaukaha. I think they might have a little bit of advantage, but you know, it's hard to tell. ʻEhitu is right there too. This is definitely going to have to be a finish line kind of battle, because there's no gaps. Nobody's giving any way in this race. These top 3 canoes are pushing hard. So I think we're going to see another use of the instant replay on this one, because they're tight. But I'm thinking that ʻEhitu has got a little bit of edge on everybody, and maybe Keaukaha followed by Puna. But we still got some distance to close, and here they come. 1, 2, 3. Yes, that is kind of how it turned out. Those are our top 3 finishers right there. Let's see, we got one more crew finishing out there, looks like. Yeah, one more. Oh, maybe two. No, just one more. And we'll go ahead and run a replay of that finish. There we go. Let's check this out. Yeah, it's tight. Look at that. That's half a canoe length there. Another half a canoe length. Good job. That's some crazy racing out there today. That's what we're here for, folks. Fast paddling and screaming crowds. Okay, so I think we got some results now from the women's 40. Let's take a quick look at the women's 40 results. We're going to be coming up here next with the women's 60 race following the 40s. But let's take a look at the results from the 40s. 40s women here. 8 clubs out on that race. About twice as many as the guys, I think. Pretty good gap there from Kawaihae all the way down with 21, 24, 26, 27. There's a serious battle for second place there. And that's how the chips fell. Now let's take a look at the next race results. So we've got the next race coming up is going to be the women's 60. Women's 60s race.
Made a date with myself tonight. No one else, just candlelight. Skipped the party, stayed in bed. I'd rather wake up with no regret. In the trees of the palette. When I'm alone, I'm vibrant. Let the phone keep quiet. It's me time. Cheap wine, OD. Nighttime dancing in my socks like it's a headline. Me time.
All right, so you're going to want to watch our Puna Canoe Club here. They're undefeated so far in this event. So let's take a quick look at our standings for this race because it is a competitive one. We've got 43 to 37. That's not a huge gap over Waikoloa and ʻEhitu with Hoemana. They're battling it out for second there. So it's going to be a fun race. Let's see how things line up. I think we're almost there. Do have someone sneaking across the line. Well, yeah, it's paddles up. We are ready to go. All right, here we go. And they are off. Switch to the drone here and you can get a good view of everybody racing. The Puna Canoe Club is the one you're going to want to watch. They are in lane 2 there. Now you can see they're catching a little bit of wind. It picked up again. The women's 60s out there working hard. I think this might be Puna right here at the bottom. I can't quite see their number. Yeah, I believe that's Puna right there. So this is the undefeated crew right here at the bottom of your screen in lane 2. Can't quite see Hoemana, who's been giving them a battle. They are kind of on the inside of our drone at the moment. We'll fly over and take a quick look at the rest of the crews on the outside. Okay, so we got them coming out of the corner here already. These women 65 don't mess around. They're really moving. You can see by the flag they're getting a little onshore push right on their ama. And it's giving them a little bit of chop to go along with that swell that's kind of leaking through the entrance. And here we are on the inside. It looks like Puna and Waikoloa are really battling it out here.
All right, women's 65, they're quickly approaching the midpoint in the course and should start appearing up here on the camera to the right as they come into the finish line. But it's a neck and neck battle between these ladies. So we're not really going to be able to tell until they get close to the finish what's going to shake out after this race, because they are sprinting now. And the drone doing acrobatics for us. It does look like Waikoloa is holding their ground there in lane 3. They'll be showing up soon. They're right on top of the flags. This is going to be a tough one to call. I think I'm going to get the... There we go. There's Puna. Puna across the line. That looks like Waikoloa. Down on the very inside. Hoemana, and then outside there, I think that was Kawaihae, followed by Kamehameha, followed by ʻEhitu. That was a good race. I think I lost track of one of the canoes out there, but it looks like race has been completed. So maybe they scratched. Okay, so let's take a look here. I think I have the results from the men's 40 race. Let's take a quick look at men's 40 race. As we see, Puna defended their undefeated status. That makes 7 wins for Puna in the women's 65. Good job, ladies. You can't complain about that. Let me just get these cameras settled so that we can look at the results from men's 40 race right here. Let's just take a quick look at the results versus the state in this event. Yeah, there's another state race that don't quite match up with what we race. So, let me just say. Alright, so that's our women's 60. Now we're moving on to our men's. Men's 60 race, event 37. That's coming up next. Let's put the crew spotlights up. Let's see who is racing. Alright, well, we may have a scratch from Opua, but let's just take a look at the standings so far for this event. Let's see where we are. So we got Waikoloa, Hui Waʻa, Keōua, Puna, Kawaihae, ʻEhitu, Kamehameha, And then we've got a number of clubs with pukas, like Keaukaha. So they're all in the mix here with 42 to 38 to 33. The top 3 canoes going to be really close. Even the 4th canoe at 29 points. That's a tight spread. So it's going to see what happens with this race as we get closer. And they start getting lined up out there. You can see some of the crews are approaching the line already. Alright, so here they come into the corner. Looks like we got Puna coming out first, but they're being chased down by Kawaihae and Opua. The Opua came out of that corner pretty quickly. They might actually have just made up quite a bit of distance, almost a canoe length on that corner. This is the women's 55 race as they're sprinting back towards the finish. Let's see how everything ends up. But they definitely gained some ground on that corner. Yeah, so here we have the Masters 60 women results. That was event 36, with Puna coming on top. And we also have the men's 60 results. Waikoloa with a pretty good gap there on the rest of the crews. All right, we're getting the men's 55. So here's the standing so far. We got a tie between Waikoloa and Keaukaha for first place. And Puna is hot on their tails there with 28 points. KEAWE and Kawaihae are also battling it out for their spot. Let's see what happens today. While we're waiting for them all to get on the line, we'll just go ahead and show some of the backgrounds for some of the guys in this event today. You know, some of these guys are well over their 55 limit. I know Dave. Okay, here we go. We're off with the men's 55. They're off to a quick start.
All right, these hammers are coming around the corner. It's going to be sprint back, and we're going to see a battle ensue here as these crews spot each other and realize they're on each other's tails, and this is the final leg, so they gotta move to get back. All right, Waikoloa looks like they've managed to pull themselves into the lead at this race. On the outside, that looks like maybe Opua. We'll have to see as they get closer here to the finish. They're about mid-course now. Quickly coming up on the finish.
On the island of Hawaii, where the sun shines so bright, there's a little hidden gem that's pure delight. Come along with me, down to Hilo Bay, you'll dance in the sand and let the worries fade away. Palm trees swaying gently to a sweet island breeze.
But there we go, looks like Waikoloa pulled that one off. Pretty sizable gap there at the finish, but you know, it looks like our second and third place really had a battle there. Between Puna and Keaukaha. And then we have our last finishers coming in from the men's 55 race. All right, well, good job, men. I think we have more results here. Let me scroll and see. So we did our men's 60 race results. We do have the women's 55 results are already up. That was pretty quick. So that was event 38. Women 55. With Waikoloa in third, Opua in second, and Puna there at first with a fairly large gap. That's a good job. Those are pretty quick times. Let's see if we can match this up with some state results for this event. So we are still 37 seconds behind some of the state records, which are Kawaihae holds one of them so far at number 3, but the rest, I don't know. We have Puna there at number 5, so you know there are faster times, but we just had a little bit slower race today. It could be that wind coming in, could be the current flow out of the river along with the ebb tide. Sometimes really hard to tell what can affect the race, but we're getting ready for our next event. So our next event here is going to be event 40. That's going to be women's 50. So let's take a quick look at the women's 50 race.
All right, well, all these ladies get lined up. Let's take a look at who's out there today. Oh, well, that was suspicious. Keaukaha only put 2 paddlers in for some reason. I guess they just wanted a challenge. We're gonna have to try. We're gonna have to just see if we can reload this and get it to behave, because I highly doubt we've got a 6-man canoe with 2 people. Anyway, let's just put up the crew ticker and then let's take a look at the standings for this event. We got Puna, ʻEhitu, Kawaihae, KEAWE, and Waikoloa. It's definitely a battle there for first and second and third as well. You know, there's depends on how many crews we get out there again today, how many points they can gather before we get to the state's position. These spots could be a bit solidified with 4 points and 10 points with those gaps. Let's just see how we're doing. Oh, they're still lining up, so let's just take a look at some of the paddlers here that are out here today. Darcy, if you've ever done any one-man paddling, you'll see that name, and most likely you'll be watching her from behind because she's a fast paddler. Okay, I think we got all our names loaded in here correctly. We got 4 of our canoes out there so far. Still having an issue with the Keaukaha club only having 2 paddlers in their canoe. I'm sure that's something that I broke somewhere. Alright, looks like we're getting closer. I think we've got a drone up in the air. Here we go. Yeah, we're underway. Alright. Our drone is racing out to catch up with these ladies. They're just too fast. Let's see if we can catch them on our cameras. Yeah, they are moving. Okay, our drone is caught up. That's great.
All right, so we had Keōua on the outside there, battling away, trying to keep up with those inside lanes. Kamehameha right next to them on the outside. And here on the inside, here we're looking at it's Kawaihae, but I think Puna just did the turn, followed by ʻEhitu and Kawaihae, and then lane 1 it looks like Waikoloa. We'll span back the other way and see how our other crews are doing on the outside as they come around. It's ʻEhitu there, lane 3. All right, neck and neck. Neck and neck with these guys, so I'm thinking that's Puna right there. I think we're flying over the top of lane 1 at the moment. Nope, that could be, yeah, I believe that's Puna out there. Yeah, that's definitely lane 2 and lane 3 battling out. So Puna and ʻEhitu, 2 lead canoes right now at the moment. And they are going to get this crowd going. I can hear them screaming already. All right, that's wrap us up for that race. That was women's 50 there. Okay, let's check out some race results here. I think we've got the men's 55 ready. Yeah, they're definitely ready. So let's take a look at the men's 55 race. Right, before we move on to the men's 50 race, let's just do another quick thanks to Paddlers of Laka for hosting our event. Right, big mahalo to Paddlers of Laka hosting tonight's regatta. I hope you had time to come down and visit their concession stands, give them some support. So now we've got this next event coming up. It's the Senior Men's Masters 50. That's a mouthful, but it's men's 50 and it's half mile, and we do have an undefeated crew here from ʻEhitu Outrigger. So they've gone through 11 different core members, and they have a new member paddling with them today. Let's see if they can remain undefeated. It's always a challenge bringing in a new paddler into an undefeated crew, but they've been holding solid so far this season. Let's take a look at the standings. With them being undefeated, where are they? They're at 40 points, so they're 6 points behind Puna. 17 points between Kamehameha and Keaukaha, who are tied there at third, with Hoemana at 19. So, you know, it looks like it's going to be a good race between Puna and ʻEhitu, and then our third place rivals there. Let's see what kind of ties we can break today. All right, so let's throw up the crew sheets, see who's out there while they all get lined up. Okay, looks like we're getting close to starting here. Yep, it's paddles up. Here we go. Let's bring in the drone shots. Our drone is still racing to get out there. They are fast off the line, all these crews. Here they come down the course. You can see we've already seen some gaps starting to open up. Looks to me like ʻEhitu there in lane 2 has put almost a canoe length
ahead of, yeah, almost a canoe length ahead of the Puna Canoe Club. The Kamehameha here on the inside of lane 1. And then further out, it looks like it's a real battle for third between all those canoes out there and the inside with Kamehameha. We're starting to approach the turn. Once we hit the turn, we'll have a good idea of what the spread's going to be like once they come back out. But KEAWE definitely has a solid lead, even with their new paddler joining their undefeated crew today. They're holding it down. Now Puna there in lane 3. They were second to turn, but you know, this crew here, at the bottom of your screen, the Kamehameha, they had a fast turn there. They seem to gain a little bit on Puna through that turn, but we'll see how this all shakes out. Now they got to sprint back. We got a little bit of chop on the bows for these guys, with Kamehameha or KEAWE having a solid lead and Kamehameha fighting for second with Puna. I think this race may be a nail biter for second and third. But looks like KEAWE has a solid first place position here with more than a canoe length over second. And they are starting to approach the finish line. See, the bolt holders are enjoying the excitement of seeing Kamehameha, or I'm sorry, KEAWE with their 7th win for the season. Doesn't look like anything's stopping them. I don't see any black flags. Yeah, and there they are. Good job, boys. Now we got a battle going on for second between lane 1 and lane 3. Yeah, it looks like we got Puna in there. Puna managed to pull in front of Kamehameha. And further out here we've got Hoemana. Keaukaha there, wrapping up this race. All right, that's men's 50. KEAWE holding on to their undefeated state. That means they're going to go into Moku's with the #1 seed, and most likely states with the #1 seed from Moku's. Yeah, they have a pretty good gap, so it's unless they scratch or hit a flag in the next race, I don't see how they could drop out of their #1 seed. Congratulations to those guys. Now let's take a look at some more results. So we've got the women's 50 results. Women's 50 right here. I'm guessing that 2-person crew from Keaukaha did not start, and they failed to scratch that race. All right, so that's women's 50 results. Let's take a look here. No further results yet. So let's jump to our next event, which is going to be mixed 55. So mixed 55 race coming up on our schedule. That's event 42. Remember, we only get to 46 and we're done for the day. So we're wrapping this up pretty quickly. 4 o'clock. You know, a lot of racing still to do. You don't want to miss the open fours. You don't want to miss the open mix. You definitely want to see these 40s race. So let's get on to it and see who's out there today for our cruise. Well, I don't know if you're paying attention, but that was 11 crews out there for this race. Let's just take a quick look at the standings. I know that some of these crews are a bit of a mixed plate. And you can tell by the standings that everybody has been doing a little bit of mixed plate, I think, because there's a pretty close tie, or near tie, for the top 3 spots. And the other crews, if they didn't have pukas, I think they would all be pretty close. So I think we're going to see another exciting race here out of the mixed 55. We're still waiting for them to get lined up. Remember, we got 11 of them out there, so this could take a bit. So let's just check up on our division points. See how the race is progressing as we're getting closer to the end. And you can see ʻEhitu has a strong lead. Kawaihae and Puna close. Let's just take a quick peek at the medals too. I'm impressed with how many some of these clubs are taking home today. Okay, it does look like we're getting close. It didn't take them that long to get out there at all. I think we got everybody. The drone's out on the far end checking out the whole lineup. It There they are looking back. Now you got both ends of the race. They're going to be ready any minute now. I don't see any pukas, but we do have one crew on the outside still moving in. It's paddles up. And here we go. Here we have a beautiful shot of the canoes coming up on their turn. Makes 55 crews. Nice turn there. Everybody's coming in. Right, looks like that's going to wrap up our mixed 55 race. And while we're here, I think we do have more results. Yeah, we do. We have the men's 50 race results. That was event 41. All right, are you ready for the mixed 40s? That's the next event. Mixed 40, that's event 43. While we wait for results from the previous event. This is usually a popular race. Let's see how many we've got out there today. We do have an undefeated crew in this mixed race, KEAWE. Now we've got 10 clubs competing out there, so let's take a quick look at our undefeated crew. Same 6 crew members throughout all of these races, which is pretty rare. It's a pretty solid team, so they're going to be out there trying to make it number 7 today. Let's take a look at the overall standings for this race. We know who we're watching for, so you can see there's KEAWE at the top, but ʻEhitu is not far behind them, and Puna and Keaukaha are also closing that gap. Further down, we got Kawaihae, Hui Waʻa, Kamehameha, Opua, Waikoloa, Keauhou, and Miloliʻi. So let's see who we've got out here today. Take a look at the crews. All right, so we're getting ready here as the mixed masters get out there. I saw a lot of experienced paddlers in this crew list, so I think we're going to be in for a treat here with today's race. I think everybody's going to try to reclaim their top spot. But right now we only have Puna on the line, so let's just take a look at some of the standings real quick again. There's definitely 4 canoes that have really been battling throughout the season on this one. But, you know, the other part of the pack has really been battling as well. They got several ties and only a few points apart, so we can expect a good race. So while we're waiting, let's just take a look at some of the paddlers in this race in the 40s mix. Let's take a random sample. you're out there watching, go ahead and jump in the chat and say hello. Got a fair number of canoes to wait for on this lineup. We're getting close to that magic moment. I think we have one or two canoes left. Tell you what, let's take a little look, see what we got out there. Oh yeah, there was one more. Keaukaha, last one to the line there. They did get an event last week. Let's see if they repeat. They're certainly getting close to that line. They're not messing around with that start. So we're getting ready. I think our drone is already in the air, on its way down. And here we go. Paddles up. This race is underway. All right, so these leaders here are all on the inside lanes with I believe ʻEhitu, KEAWE. No, we got sorry, I'm having trouble orienting with the drone there, but I believe that was KEAWE in the lead there. Hard to see with the colors washing out with the sun in the back. Okay, there we go. We can see pretty clearly there that we've got KEAWE in the lead there, followed tightly by probably KEAWE, and then Keaukaha and Puna battling it out in third. But these crews are moving fast, and you know they're sprinting hard. It's hard to tell who is going to close this gap, and if they can catch them. So we're going to need to switch to that finish line camera. Yeah, unfortunately our finish line camera wasn't ready to capture that, but you could see on the drone there's just a little bit in the distance. Alright, well that's going to wrap up the Mixed Masters 40. I think we're moving on to the Open Fours now. I believe the next race is going to be Women's Open 4. But before we get to that, I think we have some more results. We do. We have Mixed 55 results. So this is Event 42 results. Mixed 55. Looks like Keauhou was over the line at the start there. That was a big race with 11 canoes in it. But we're going to see more of that with these Open Fours. These Open Fours are popular races. So let's see who we have lined up for our Open 4 event. Yeah, so it looks like we have 10 clubs in this event. We don't have any undefeated crews, but we definitely have seen some tough competition between these top crews, and you can see that by these point spreads. With Puna 7 points ahead of Kamehameha, Waikoloa just a couple points back, and Opua 12 points back. It was only separated by 3 points with KEAWE and Keaukaha at 27, 25, 22. So you can see the clubs that are participating, they're doing pretty good. Hui Waʻa has had pretty good improvement. Last regatta, they had a nice finish. Let's see if they can repeat that, build up some more points for themselves. So let's take a look at the crews that are going to be out there today for this event. Okay, so there we have our cruise for today, and let's just pull up some backgrounds because we got a lot of time as they get settled. There's 10 canoes coming out. Just a sampling of some of our paddlers out there competing, some of their paddling history. They're still getting things under control out there. So all our open four hammers. This is a chance for 4 paddlers to do the work of 6 and in almost the same amount of time. If you're doing this race right, you have a hard time walking away. Everything hurts, everything burns, and you feel like you can't get enough oxygen in your body. But when it's done, it's the best thing in the world. Even though it hurt at the time, you quickly forget. I think they call that type 2 fun, something like that. I don't know, but we're still getting lined up. We still got lots of paddlers to showcase before we get started. You can watch them pedal backwards a little bit if you want. With 10 canoes out there, that's 40 paddlers for us to see if we can pull up and get a profile on everyone. Seem to have enough time. Although, we should pan back. Oh, no, we got one more canoe coming in. Let's see. Is that our last open 4? I don't see anybody else. We might be getting ready. I think we got our drone is already on the case. Let's pull the drone back in as they go. All right, Women Open 4 are underway. Let's watch these hammers go. All right, they're starting to approach the turn. Looks to me like lane 3 there is in the lead, and that would be Puna. Puna's had a pretty good track record in this event. They're already coming into the turn. They're definitely first of the turn there, followed quickly by Waikoloa. Then it looks like we got Hui Waʻa. Yeah, it's definitely Hui Waʻa and Keaukaha right there, turning with them. And then on the far inside, Kamehameha also turning. The triple synchronized turn. Opua exiting the turn. ʻEhitu. Kawaihae chasing ʻEhitu. It can be hard getting that canoe moving with 4 people. Coming out of that corner can be a struggle. There's KEAWE out here, I believe, on the outside. Alright, it's Keauhou. I think that's Keauhou. With KEAWE just on the inside of them. There's a good shot. You know, these guys on the outside are fighting. You can see they've got a little bit of bump to contend with, but it is fairly flat today, and there's not a very strong breeze. And it does look like lane 3, Puna, is still pulling ahead there. But Waikoloa is giving them a good run. Let's take a look at the finish. Alright, let's see who's coming in to finish. We got start boat just finished. We definitely have Puna looking from the drone. The crowd is screaming down there. There's gonna be a lot of horse people tomorrow. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, and that is definitely Puna. Followed by Waikoloa. Good job, ladies. That is not an easy race. You can tell by the fatigue that they're done. There we go. There's Kamehameha. All right, that's Women's Open 4. That was an exciting race. Puna did a good job there. They managed to collect some more points for their overall totals for this year. Let's take a quick look at the replay here. I believe this is 3rd and 4th here. I just wanted to see this one real quick. It was so tight. Wow. Yeah. That's Keaukaha on the inside there. I'm not sure who that is on the outside. Judges are going to struggle with that one. So now we finished Women's Open 4. You can probably guess that the Men's Open 4 is next. But let's see what we have for results. We do have mixed 40 race results. Let's take a look at the mixed 40 results. Alright, let's look at our lineup for the men's Open 4. We got another 10 canoes out there in this race. We'll take a look at the crews and then we'll take a look at the standings for this event. Alright, so let's take a quick look at the standings for this event. And you can look at those numbers. This is probably one of the tightest events we have of the day, where they're all separated by 1 or 2 points, 3 points. It's just ridiculous how competitive all these crews are. Right now we have Keaukaha holding at 46, with KEAWE at 45, Puna at 43, ʻEhitu at 41, Kamehameha 36, Keauhou 35. These numbers are all so close, I'm losing track. Kawaihae at 31. I mean, that's just incredible. So this is going to be an exciting race. It always is. It never disappoints. And we're definitely going to be running the instant replay on this finish, I'm sure. And I will do my best not to miss it this time. As we're looking here, let's just take a quick look at some of the paddlers' backgrounds for this race. We got a bit for all 10 canoes to get lined up out there. So might as well take a peek at some of the crew members who are paddling today. Okay, I think we're getting these guys lined up. I'm not quite sure if they thought they were starting or what, but they were going for the line. Plenty of room now. Should be able to get a clean start. I think we should be close here. And they're sneaking up again towards the line. I don't know about that start, but I'm not an official. All right, here we are on the outside, taking a look on the inside. Watching these open four men work their way down the course towards the turn. Some gaps are already opening up. And you can see these inside crews are neck and neck. These are the ones that have been battling within a few points with each other all season. We're going to zoom in on them and follow them down to the turn. Does look like Puna has a slight lead in this race with Keaukaha hot on their tails. Let's see if we can get see lane 1 coming around the corner as KEAWE. I think they're close too. They are. As expected, these 4 canoes are really battling it out. Let's see how they handle the sprint back. The screaming down on the beach is just insane as these crews are neck and neck. Like they're like stroke for stroke pushing each other, trying to get that advantage. As they come down to this mid part of the course, they are still almost undiscernible who is in the lead here. They are so close to each other. And we are absolutely gonna have to switch to see our finish camera, get an idea of how this is going to turn out as they start to approach. You'll see them shortly, but don't blink because they're tight and they're almost there. They're coming in towards the finish now. Wow, it was a tight race, but I think Puna managed to get the edge on that one. We'll replay that one for you. We wait for these other crews to finish, and the crews that just finished are trying to breathe again. That is a brutal race.
Don't let anybody tell you it's easy. Okay, let's see if we can get the replay on that, because it's not an easy race, but it is fun. Let's see what we got for this finish. Wow, that was tight. Let's take another quick look. Here we go. Here they coming down. There's Puna. And we have Keaukaha right there. That looks like a second for Keaukaha. You know, this is all unofficial. And then, oh, on the outside, definitely. That's our third place on the inside. KEAWE, it looks like. I think that's ʻEhitu on the far outside. Wow, that was a great race. Fun to see in the slow motion too. You can just see the skill of these athletes as they push their way. With a 4-man in the canoe for a half mile, fighting oxygen deprivation the whole time. But we are down to our last event now. It's going to be the mix, open mix, and I think we do have some results though. We do have the women's open 4 results. So let's rewind for a second while we check those out. Women's open 4. Another big race with 10 canoes. Great. That's a fast race too. Let's just run the states. I'm pretty sure they do states results for this race as well. Let's see if we can pull them up. Yeah, sure enough, I thought we had some fast times in there. So, you know, Puna did pull off a number 4 time in the state, with Waikoloa pulling off a top 5 time. Congratulations to them. You guys are definitely going to be contenders there for states. And definitely for Moku champs in our next regatta. So congratulations to you guys. That was a fast race. Now let's see, you know, with this last one coming up, you know, the open 4 mix. Let's put the crew up. Put our spotlights on all the paddlers in this event. This is usually another full race. Yeah, definitely. We got 11. We get 12. We got 11. All right. Yeah, we're going to have a good race here today. So we'll just run through who the crews are today and what lanes they're in, and then we will do a quick check on the standings for this race. You know, this is one of those races where it's tough and it's competitive. It's hard to be undefeated, so we don't have any undefeated crews, but I'm sure that based on the last few regattas we've had, there's been a lot of jostling. 1 point here, 1 point there between all these crews. Okay, this is the last event of the day. Bring your fast paddler energy because you're going to need it. Let's take a look at these standings because there's no slackers here. As you can tell, 60, 56, 54, 44, 37. We've got fast crews ready to go. This is going to be a fun race. It's always exciting. Even though it's the last one in the day,
It never disappoints. And let me just see if we've got any more results. No, still no results for the men yet. While we're waiting here, let's just scan over and see what we've got for our lineup. Look like we're nowhere near 10 canoes. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings so far. So here's our divisions. I'm thinking ʻEhitu with a 50-point lead there is going to be hard to catch in one race. Kawaihae a little bit behind Puna there. That looks like it's kind of solidified. And I would definitely say Division AA is solidified here. Now, what about these guys? I think, Hoemana is the only one that has an event left, and they're already in the lead. So I'd say all these divisions are pretty much sewn up at this point. But who's going to go home with more medals here? Looks like we got ʻEhitu 31, Puna 22, Kawaihae, they've got 19. So it's a lot of hardware for you guys. I think we're almost there. I think we got a couple more canoes coming out. Probably won't get through this whole cycle. Got our drone underway. All right, I'm ready to race. Do we have everyone out there? Let's say we one more canoe coming around maybe. This is our open mix for today, the last event. All right, that looks like that's Hoemana on the outside, pulling up, getting ready. Open mix race. Paddles are up. Here we go. All right, a nice view of Hoemana on the outside. We can't quite see from this view, but it looks like lane 3, ʻEhitu, and then it's a 4-way battle there in second, and a 3-way battle there for third. And everybody's getting in the game here as the fleet's starting to pack together. Let's see how we do down here at the turn. Get an idea of Yeah, you can see on the far inside there, we already got one canoe around. Lane 3, lane 2, lane 4, lane 5, lane 1. And we got some on the outside. Two more on the outside, 3 more on the outside. And one more canoe coming down. But most of these canoes are already on their way back. It's a fast race. It looks like on the inside here we have Keaukaha putting on a hard fight against ʻEhitu, trying to reclaim first. They are sprinting, and they are almost even with ʻEhitu at this point. And we're definitely going to have to pull up the finish camera to catch all these guys because they are moving fast and they are packed together. It's quite a comeback for Keaukaha. I think they've got the lead, but I think that's Puna on the very inside, and they are also putting up a fight. So it's a three-way right now battle, trying to get the lead on these each other. So if we bring the drone around here, it's some network delays sometimes. Don't worry, our finish camera is nice and clear. We're going to bring that up just so we're ready. Keep our finger on that replay button because it looks like Keaukaha has snuck ahead. Yeah, that's Keaukaha there, ʻEhitu. And if I'm right, that should be Puna. Yeah, Puna right there on the inside. And a couple canoes finishing on the outside. That was a wild race. You know, ʻEhitu was definitely first in the corner and out. Somehow those 2 other canoes managed to give them a run for their money and chase them down there at the finish. So good job, congratulations to those crews. That was hard work, just watching. So let's take a quick look, see if we have any other results. Hopefully I have our Open 4 men results done, which they do. So while that race wraps up, let's go ahead and take a look at the results from the Open 4 race. Is the men's Open 4. Yeah, and that race definitely didn't disappoint. The men's Open 4, you know, those are tight times. It's a pretty exciting finish. Same with this mixed race. We don't. Alright, so that's wrapping it up. The rest of the crews are catching their breath and coming on in. And we're we're going to start breaking things down here. Let me see if we can get some final results for you. I think we called it pretty close, but you know, it's not official. It is kind of nice to get validation, at least preliminary validation from Moku HCRA, but they have not completed their results. So let's just run a quick thank you, and we'll see how we're doing after that. So this is a highlight for Laka hosting this event. Alright, thanks again for hosting us, Paddlers of Laka. It was a great event, and we wound everything down pretty early, a little bit before 5. Let's see if we've got any standings yet. We still do not have the mixed standings, so I apologize. We're going to end the stream here anyway, and you'll have to look this up online. So we're just going to wrap up today's event. Thank everyone for watching. Have a good rest of your weekend.